Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, guys. आज डे वन है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का, गाइस. हाँ, हाँ, नहीं नहीं नहीं, हाँ नहीं नहीं. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, गाइस. आज डे वन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का. क्या लगता है आदित्य, क्या रैंकिंग रहेगी आपकी?
होगा #1
टैग वन. हाँ
यस
नहीं नहीं, होपफुली होपफुली. वेलकम
लेट्स
टू द
गो
स्ट्रीम. अमन दे लो कुरान बोल. लाइक कर दो गाइस, सभी लोग. ठोक दो लाइक भाई. ठोक दो लाइक. आज भाई यार आदित्य, अरे ये मुझे ये पॉइंट नहीं समझा गाइस. 2 मिनट ये पहले स्ट्रीम ही करने दो. कैप्चर डिस्प्ले शेयर स्मैश रूल.
स्मैश रूल क्या कहता है? डे 2 पर यानी 12 मैचेस खत्म होने के बाद जो टॉप की टीम है, मान लेते हैं विक्टोरियस सुमस आज के दिन पर टॉप करती है. मान लेते हैं कि विक्टोरियस सुमस है जिनके पास आज 65 है और आज के दिन के एंड पर विक्टोरियस सुमस के पास 103 पॉइंट्स हैं. तो स्मैश रूल कहता है कि 12 मैचेस के बाद जो टीम टॉप पर है उनके में 10 पॉइंट्स ऐड कर दिए जाएंगे, यानी कि 113. अब जैसे ही 113 क्रॉस होता है, मान लेते हैं कि 113 विक्टोरियस सुमस ने अगले ही मैच यानी 13th मैच में ही 113 क्रॉस कर लिया. अब 14th मैच में अगर विक्टोरियस सुमस चिकन डिनर निकालती है तो सब खत्म और विक्टोरियस सुमस जीत गई. बस यही है आपका स्मैश रूल. अब इसमें मल्टीपल टीम्स का भी आता है कि भाई अगर मल्टीपल टीम्स आ जाती हैं फिर क्या होता है. तो जो पहले चिकन डिनर निकाल देगा 113 क्रॉस करने के बाद, मान लेते हैं कि दो टीम्स हैं जिन्होंने 113 पहले क्रॉस किया, तो दो में से जो अगले मैच में चिकन डिनर निकालेगा वो जीत जाएगा. इजी. जिनको नहीं पता है, स्मैश रूल है. डे 3 पर आपका स्मैश रूल एक्टिव होता है. स्मैश रूल क्या कहता है? डे 2 पर यानी 12 मैचेस खत्म होने के बाद जो टॉप की टीम है, मान लेते हैं विक्टोरियस सुमस आज के दिन पर टॉप करती है. मान लेते हैं कि विक्टोरियस सुमस है जिनके पास आज 65 है और आज के दिन के एंड पर विक्टोरियस सुमस के पास 103 पॉइंट्स हैं. तो स्मैश रूल कहता है कि 12 मैचेस के बाद जो टीम टॉप पर है उनके में 10 पॉइंट्स ऐड कर दिए जाएंगे, यानी कि 113. अब जैसे ही 113 क्रॉस होता है, मान लेते हैं कि 113 विक्टोरियस सुमस ने अगले ही मैच यानी 13th मैच में ही 113 क्रॉस कर लिया. अब 14th मैच में अगर विक्टोरियस सुमस चिकन डिनर निकालती है तो सब खत्म और विक्टोरियस सुमस जीत गई. बस यही है आपका स्मैश.
क्रेजी किया है गाइस, क्रेजी. और 20 मिनट है भाई गाइस, और 20 मिनट स्टार्ट होने को. 20 मिनट
ओनली 20
20. ऐसे देखेंगे भाई, छोड़ो. लाइक कर दो गाइस.
हाँ
तो थोड़ा कर रहे जो.
अरे यार एक से माझं किकचा हे करतोय
कैमरा ऑफ कर.
बस.
भाई साहब साहब साहब. पायकुनो मुनो मुनो मिरताना. मैं आज अगर फिर स्मैश रूल तो फिर भाई कठिन है थोड़ा.
भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ वाइटलिटी अरोरा
भाई टॉप इंडिया को अब करना ही पड़ेगा फिर डे 2 में टॉप।
डे वन से मिड में रहना पड़ेगा उनको। नीचे बॉटम गए तो पता नहीं।
टॉप 5 में तो रहना ही पड़ेगा रे आज 2 दिन में।
हम्म।
चांस नहीं है फिर।
मी टाईप के नाही करू शकत आहे बे हे. इच्छुक ही एरो.
टीम वाइटलिटी ने तो 160 मारा था रे डे 2 में।
150 points.
147।
Till 150 ही for India.
आईडीआई स्पोर्ट्स ने कमबैक दिया 3 शिखर मार के। उसके बाद फिर टियान कल क्वालिफाई की टॉप 1 आके। अल्फा 7 बाहर हो गई।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हम्म, अल्फा 7 बाहर और S2G क्वालिफाई हो गई। YG ने भी क्वालिफाई किया।
Hello, hello guys.
भाई कम ऑन गाइस, कर सकते हैं इंडिया के लोग। पता अपने को कम नहीं है भाई हम लोग भी।
Guys, I'm live at Kick.
लिंक टाक ना तुझे मॅचॅटवर।
खोलून टाकू
मॅचॅट
त्याच्यात म्हणत आहोत.
आज मेरा भाई कर रहा है इलेक्ट्रिक पे स्ट्रीम, तो फॉलो करके आओ गाइस जाओ।
हम जरा टाकतो. भाई इसमें लिंक कैसे कॉपी करके मिल गया. Share.
तू जेवला का रे कसं?
मला विचार.
जेवला तू?
अच्छा.
एक चपाती खाशील काही? मला बास आहे चपाती, मला नको भाजी पण आहे, मला नको का वेस्ट होईल ना म्हणून।
ये लिंक डाली है. इस लिंक पे जाके फॉलो कीजिए क्योंकि हम यूट्यूब के साथ किक पे भी स्ट्रीम करेंगे आज से.
17 मिनट में स्टार्ट है गाइस। बस 2 मिनट आया, पानी लेके आया।
गाइस फॉलो करते रहो हमें. Come on, guys. Support for India. Yo.
I'm back.
Let's go. मैं आलो.
I'm back. बैक कर दो गाइस, 14 लाख हो गए. हेलो गाइस, कर दो गाइस यार, फ्लैग फ्लैग स्पैम कर दो गाइस, फ्लैग.
Hello, 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 hello.
या
Hello, Om.
या.
Bro, I got my new mouse and keyboard.
हाला.
Yes, in my hand, bro. भाई
क्रेजी.
कीबोर्ड लय छोटा है.
तो बटन पेक्षा
Hello, Om.
या
माझ्या
या.
बोटन पेक्षा I got. अरे तुझ्या कीबोर्ड पेक्षा छोटा आहे तो. हाय ओमी.
हाँ 2 मिनट.
भाई व्हिडिओ कॉल कर. हाय व्हिडिओ कॉल कर.
थूक दो. फोटो पाठव फोटो.
काम जरा मीच हे करतोय.
कितना टाइम होगा स्टार्ट होने को? 11 मिनट गाइस, 11 minutes मोर टू स्टार्ट. काय कुडहान पुन पुरताडा.
लेट्स गो.
कमेंट्स पढ़ते गाइस. एलपीसी टीम. लेट्स गो. टीम इंडिया जीत कर आना. यस. जीत कर आना।
वो ऐकना
हाँ, गणपति बप्पा
मोरया
मोरया। भैया अच्छे से होना चाहिए गाइस मैचेस आज के इंडियन टीम्स के।
अरे बाय
गाइस प्ले विद कॉन्फिडेंस गाइस। टीम इंडिया कॉन्फिडेंस से खेल रहे हैं, कॉन्फिडेंस। गिव इट योर ऑल। जीत जाएंगे गाइस, जीत जाएंगे।
जीत जाएंगे ये साल, इस साल कप नम दे।
ये साला कप नमदू। ठोक दो लाइक गाइस।
आज ये और जेवढं स्ट्रीट करतो
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग।
आला आजी माझं हा कीबोर्ड लयच लहान आहे. कीबोर्ड नाही ठीक आहे बरोबर आहे पण जास्तच लहान आहे थोडा. मला थोडा मोठा वाटतो. हा माझा अख्खा हात बसतो याच्यातून तो. हम्म. तुझं झालं जेवण? कॉल करू का थोड्या वेळाने स्ट्रीम चालू तर म्हणजे लॉंग
गेम
स्ट्रीम
प्ले
चालणार आहे.
क्लिप्स
हा.
8 मिनट है गाइस।
Yeah, I know. I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm
but
back
overall,
with my new mouse,
genuinely, PUBG Mobile is all,
new
I think
keyboard.
PUBG Mobile
आणि तुला मी
might
फोटो
be
पाठवतो सकाळचा.
the greatest event at EWC. PMWC, EWC,
तो गाइस
so
मैंने
good.
सच
We're
बताऊं
back.
तो मैंने सर्वाइवल स्टेज नहीं देखी गाइस। देखता ना थोड़ा ओवरव्यू लेके,
हो
तब तक के लिए ओवरव्यू लेके थोड़ा।
व्हाट्सएप बघ.
अल्फा 7
Again, it's going to be worst case scenario. If you come back here, you slip into survival stage. Yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha
ठीक
7
है,
probably
मस्त है।
the most notable of.
Or maybe a little bit more paralysis by
Goat.
analysis in a few of the situations.
गोट भी
where
क्वालिफाई हो
we
गई
see
क्या?
slightly more- It's Alula that are
हाँ,
coming.
गोट तो कब की हुई है?
Somehow I
नहीं
have to
गोट नहीं
descend
होती
on
सर्वाइवल
one side
स्टेज
of the
में
hill or
होती।
the other. A little bit
Sure.
nastier to play from.
Oh, they've been given to breakfast, and this is where it gets far more
बैक
scary
ठोक
as
दो
well.
गाइस सभी लोग।
Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster, coming in together.
उल्फ
Struggling on
स्पोर्ट्स से भी
contact
क्वालिफाई
with
किया
one
गाइस,
player
मैंने सुना
buckling under
उन्होंने
the pressure,
ये
and
कमबैक किया।
Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will
वुल्फ
fall.
ने की ना,
Crunch so
वुल्फ ने नहीं किया।
aggressive passages of Erringo.
कियानबा ने तो पहले मैच चिकन निकाला था। दो
Right
मैच
place
में
for it.
40
In my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for him.
Side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe forwards. They
1v4 का मारा था कियानबा
不知
के
道大家
प्लेयर
怎么
ने।
看呢？
कोणचा वाला? सर्वाइवल स्टेज में वो की बात कर रहे हो कि ग्रुप स्टेज के?
Survival stream.
fights, but even in the last game,
मैंने नहीं
or
देखा
this game
survival
before,
KRX बाहर हो गई भाई KRX
Later
से
into the match, Neptera, those eliminations
KRX.
will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well,
Alpha
exactly. I
7
mean,
थी
look
बे
at
top
Longshim,
6
Red Force,
में
and Furia.
क्या हो
Both
गया
teams,
Alpha 7 को
Arena as well, actually. All three teams, they play
Longshim Red Force भी हो गए रे
Dunny, that work. He's been doing it all day long for
Yeah.
Tianba, you know, and it
Point counts, and Igor's will. Igor, mate, Igor's is arena.
that work.
हाँ इधर ही 1v4 है उसका
Crunch time. You're trying to because they really don't want that.
He's heading over the other.
इधर ही 1v4 है रुको
He's next.
Them. It was one kick from Tianba. Now Tianba have crazy amount of
हाँ
work.
इधर
Right.
अबे घुस गए
It's
लोग
around to further.
This is the players want to dive here in Paris, France. You can see Genfoss RQ. Okay, they're hunting him down, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination. We have the numbers. We're in a 4-3 split here. We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down. And RQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milu with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this
मार रहा है
by
भाई
himself. It's the squad wipe! 1v4!
चाइनीज गेम पे बहुत टाइम से देखा नहीं
What
था
did we just witness in a blink
ये
of
देखा
an
था मैं
eye?
ये वाला
just
मेरा मार
gone.
देखा था
They just wandered
ये
in.
मेरा
and
मार देखा था
Tiamba
मैं
was
लाइक कर दो
having
गाइस
absolutely none of it. I'd say Tiamba is just.
अबे चिकन निकाला था
Tiamba
उन्होंने
was actually the one.
नहीं
Have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
अबे है जिंदा तो है
We'll
मस्त
see.
खेले
It
बे
might be Tiamba time.
4-5 दिन मस्त खेले 2 दिन सॉरी
Matches left tomorrow, and these
क्या था
teams.
Alpha 7 का पॉइंट
Milu is just making it happen here from this angle
भाई
and
6 किल
just
मार दिए
tearing
रे
Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ
7 मारेगा
show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today.
Hook दो लाइक
I don't
गाइस सभी
think we're
लोग
stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath.
Oh,
मिलू नॉक
Milu tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not possible.
Bruto. We just did a live
Eagle.
And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the like just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait.
2 मिनट हाँ
स्पॉट डालना मैं भी आता हूँ
on to win, but
Feeling like it's
Like,
not
no.
going to be the case, and these teams absolutely do need
कैसे
themselves
बाहर गई ये
A
से
lucky spin. Absolutely obliterated by Hoxley. Luckily, Fearinkin able to come around the side, moves through the window, bold maneuver, terror down. Lepar, as per usual, kind of picking up the slack here for RQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect.
7-1
Jump
GS
shot to the
sign
QBZ.
पे
He's not going to do it. And that is KRX out of there in last place.
अरे Onyx आया है
Worst case
उसको ले लो
scenario. Tomorrow, if they
AWC
want to make it
watch
happen,
करके
have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX,
Clearly.
we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate. Yeah.
Got to
ये भी
survive
मैच
here.
देखे मैंने नीचे ही रहती
Might
है
as well. I don't care how many
Alpha
points you
7
have. You
को
play as hard as you can all the way up to.
There is a possibility into a very, very good position there.
Start off with this last mirror.
from a lot of these teams here, yes, they've not
What
had
about
as
you?
much presence as we might have liked them to. Maybe they've had a bit of a fumble here and there, right? But Alpha 7, no wins, still third place. You got Arena. They said they had a bad day, but they're still fifth here. Wolves as well,
Okay, get
just
started, guys.
continuing that momentum game to game.
कॉपीराइट आएगा भाई, मत कॉपीराइट आ जाएगा। फोनिक्स
मी आलो रिसेंट डिस्कॉर्डवर. थांब जरा. गेला तो कुठेतरी परत.
ओके बोल।
उसमें नहीं है तू.
अरे तू आ तो नीचे
अरे
नीचे हम लोग, तू एक कोई तो सर्वर में बैठ जा, वॉइस चैनल में हम ले लेंगे तुझे।
लाइव वीसी में बैठ जाओ.
हाँ बैठ जा।
तो और एक दोस्त आ रहा है, उसको भी बुलाते हैं. अरे
घे रे त्याला.
सर घेतलं तू घेऊ शकतो ना.
व्हाट्सअप चैट. हेलो हेलो हेलो.
बोल बोल बोल.
व्हाट्सअप.
व्हाट्सअप.
हु ओजी. तेरे इश्क. पहले मैच कब है?
स्टार्ट होगा अभी थोड़ी देर में.
मैं भी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ.
Team will rise to the top to be the one and find that
Okay,
chicken dinner.
okay.
We'll see you
Start
guys
over,
in the action.
ओपनिंग सेरेमनी है. मोस्टली तो लाइव है यार, टाइम पे पूरा दिख गया. भाई क्या लगता है टॉप 3 क्या रहेगा? डे 1 का टॉप 3 क्या रहेगा? टॉप 3 स्टार्ट हो रहा है गाइस. स्टार्ट.
वो मॉरिक मत ना
Too
join
much
कर
of a
रहा है.
mess. It's just too much of a mess here. We do it live? Right, we do it live. I think this team's gonna win though. Oh, we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMWC at EWC 26 News. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Lace. Lace, how are we feeling for the finals?
I mean, I'm super pumped today for the finals, and I think we've got a lot to cover for you guys today. But of course, we're here to bring you the program and break it down for you.
I think so too, because right now, I mean, we have some important news, and that is the $3 million prize pool is on the line. The format,
3 million.
pretty much straight simple. It's going to be top 16 teams are going to be playing that they have made it from group stages, from survival, from all of that. $3 million on the line. Only one team's going to be able to lift that trophy, though.
I mean, that's some serious cash money for our teams. And of course, what would you spend it on?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know, because I have so many kids that...
They all get $1 million each.
You know what? Even then, it wouldn't really reach it. But we do have some record breakers that are going to be at risk, because earlier on, we did get some a team being able to get 29 eliminations. That wasn't in the finals. These record breakers right there are only for the
अरे
finals.
बाय.
Yeah, and that was none other than our
कीबोर्ड लॉक
Irina
झालेला
being able to
ओपन
get
कसं
that on
करायचं मी
map
बघतोय
number
बाय.
1. Of course, they have a lot to contest to. They did make it through.
Sounds
So this is
good.
going to be super exciting.
Zale.
Can they be able to do that again?
कीबोर्ड रे.
I don't know if they're going to be able to. I'm looking at that Tony K. 53 eliminations. I don't know if anybody is ever going to be able to beat.
Yeah, and that was none other than our Irina being able to get that on map.
We did get some a team being able to get 29 eliminations. That wasn't in the finals. These record breakers right there are only for the finals.
Yeah, and that was none other than our Irina being able to get that on map number 1. Of course,
Not only with 7-1, didn't get a chance to make it here to the finals, but that boy almost ended up blowing himself up.
I mean, sometimes you just got to strategically place a nade right into your pocket.
Or sometimes you just want to call one of those cover flares and let it splash you.
And if you think about it, they still were able to do some incredible stuff, but of course, Alpha 7 is one of our teams that didn't make it through today.
Yeah, they didn't make it through. That could have been why, but Aura is one of those teams that made it here, and Sleepy is going to be hoping that he is not sleepy today because he's like, Lace, wake up. Because if he does end up doing that, he could end up costing them the championship.
It could definitely end up costing them the championship, and of course, all our teams today need to lock in and prepare for what's to come, because it's going to be a bit of a grueling day for them all. But I mean, you know,
top 3 top 3 cards.
we want to bring you the action
भाई
and
मुझे
the
डोके तो
love,
घुसना है,
but we want to crush some keys most of all.
Yeah, I want to see which keys are going to be getting crushed. But in case you missed it,
fast
we
बोल
do
रहा
have
भाई तू.
special reporter Kalaris giving you the STC
ते कान फाटले होते कीबोर्ड नाही चालत, ते काम माहित नाही.
का?
अरे काय माहिती तो लॉक झालाय बेंच शोध. FN बटन कुठे दिसत नाही मला. हे वायर नाही आवडत मला मेकॅनिकल माझं.
We are very sorry to all our viewers at home. One of our casters got a little bit too comfy. Now, production, let's please
top 3 क्या लग रहा है तुझे?
Kalaris with the STC.
बता दो रुक जाओ एक सेकंड मुझे बस
From PMWC, day 1 here at EWC 26 for the finals, and we have got ourselves an absolute treat here for the STC Rewind. We're going to look back at everything that's gone on so far, Max. Groups to start things off. Group A and B, the leaders looked fantastic coming through into the final.
Yeah, I mean, of course, looking at Group A in particular, it was the Pakistani domination with 4 Thrives getting so many points, and really the one word to describe their performance is consistency. Every single player putting points on the board. In particular, Falak, right, being the Group MVP, was looking incredible, but so were Group B with Vitality.
Very dangerous indeed. The smiling
Smash
assassin of
Rondo,
Falak, for sure. I think he looks
bhai,
fantastic. And yeah, Vitality on the opposite side of things, though. Record-breaking results, to say the least. Day number 1, 108 points for them, meant that they didn't really even have to matter what was going on in day number 2 for their groups, but they came out kind of swinging as well, finishing off at 148 points. I think just an insane result from them.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible, especially looking at Federalis with the insane peaks he was doing there, just almost breaking the game at times. Incredible performance from them, and also the duo Ray. But looking now at the teams who are in second place of their groups, right, the Indian teams of Orangutan and also Godlike. One big question I do have today, Kalaris, is that they do not have the Smash ruling in their home region. So if they do get into a point where they can contend for that #1 spot in day 3, how are they going to be reacting to that Smash ruling?
It's a good question, then. For a long time, an infinite amount of time, in fact, they've never really truly been in a lobby quite this powerful. The chips are all down here at PMWC, so we'll see how they're going to be able to work that out. However, I think that some of their consistent play style, really locking down areas and then eventually being able to adapt as time goes on, hopefully they've had enough time to be able to even tweak some of those kind of results and kind of tweak some of those tactics to be able to push themselves all the way up to the top. Let's talk about the survival stage, though, because we had a wild survival stage. What do you think of the results?
I mean, Tiamo already winning that one. I was a little bit upset by their performance in the group stage, but you know what? They brought it back in that survival stage. And QZZ doing QZZ things, putting up big numbers, but Milu, I wanted to see a player perform on the same level as QZZ on the international stage. Milu, a 1v4 versus RRQ, putting them down in that elimination stage, and able to actually become the MVP of survival stage. I'm very impressed, but I feel like one of the biggest storylines were in the last few games, Kalaris, the teams were able to barely make it back up, and that has to bring up the conversation about Ulf.
Yeah, it really does. That last game, getting them over the finish line, and you could see the emotion and kind of the relief on their faces when they were able to get that victory. This is a team, Ulf, of course, that arguably coming in, a lot of pundits, a lot of experts had them in their top 5, if not trying to challenge for the championship as a whole. So for them to squeak in towards the end of the survival stage, it feels like some vindication has been done here, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, every single player doing
low
great,
doing
great, but you know what? The player that I would say was the MVP of Ulf was Scarface.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, he came out of nowhere and said, you know what, guys, I got this one, I'll do it myself, and qualify us into the grand final. So Ulf, right now, I would say I got that glimmer of hope, just like we
Today.
And I feel might crash themselves back deal, but you've got quickly move
finishes
out.
Alpha
I
7.
believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to
कैसे
this
Alpha 7
location
कैसे
on that northern side, while on the nade keeps
बाहर
Cheap from
चली
spraying
गई
him down. Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off.
अब तो था भाई
We'll have to swing around the side here. Fury
यार एक
looking
से भाई
to
इतने अच्छी टीम हार गई
than everyone else. A real
Alpha
wild
7
crash out
अभी
from
मर
RRQ
गए
as they try and mount up, get across the open ground, and only
四面埋伏
Off so
oh yeah, was that than everyone else right now on that northeast side around the Yang. Straight into the firing line, and that's the opener that RRQ were
भाई
looking
दिन
for. The
चिकन
blue
लगे
zone
लास्ट
pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them. Yangon Galacticos starting to have to now Yangon Galactic 60 bullets him over the edge. He drops down and down he goes.
बूट ने निकाला
In saying they so much split, holding play around them. That's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The pressure is there. And you're right. That just really didn't push into it. Didn't go for those targets longer term. Annoying for some.
क्या पॉइंट्स में डिफरेंस इतना क्या आ गया
All the way down.
go some shot.
Hard. 25 points. RQ
Alpha
as well.
7
A lot
top
of this
four
squads that
है
actually needed the points. But Lace,
Ulfi
I'm
Sports
looking specially.
ये तो
Seven.
overall
Just go through the drops. We dap
Wait, exactly. Talking about that gap of
Ulfi
points, a GOAT team.
Ulfi
If
there
how
Ulfi
much
Sports
This is second 6, Arena 46, Yangon
Wolves
Galacticos
36
is 44. The list goes
Wolves
on.
qualify
It's
कैसे हो
so
गई बे
close. So GOAT may have gotten 5 to be happy.
okay.
Bring it over. Thank you very much. They've been there for like a fight inside the city of Danqing.
In the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. Not he goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle. With openness, 4 elims into.
Let them know where their position is and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be.
As we said, on that one. Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. As we said,
Going to wrap it up, end up getting all of those flushes, and only Milu is left. We got which of the
A team like the point still in first place, but Alpha 7 making that push now to second place. GOAT team, due to those amazing eliminations that they were able
भाई
to
इधर तो
in that last game, they maintained themselves there within the top 3 wins.
Of
अरे
the
Wolves किधर है
they kind of slowed down in
Wolves 36
a
Alpha
few
7 को
aggressive
निकाला है
players
Wolves
and then
ने
Colaris.
from the was as well, Q1 DRX. Because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alola are under threat.
Wolves के कितने
Said I
पॉइंट्स
wanted to see a little bit more flex out come through from these guys. They are holding their position, they're holding it well, and maybe given the
bottom
shape
teams
of the
ने
circle,
comeback
they did
दिया
need to one
लॉन्ग
follow it
सिमुलेट
up.
फोर्स अच्छा Wolves ने निकाला ना इधर थर्ड मैच Wolves का था
Trying to scavenge whatever they can.
थर्ड मैच था गाइस
Picking
Wolves
the
का
meat off the
यार
bones
थर्ड
of those
मैच
crates. Cheeky
the other players, the other
मिस नहीं
teams,
किया ना मैंने
but they performed very, very well. I mean, we had them coming in second in the groups overall, only by 1 point ahead of Aurora.
That's power.
A few points behind Fourth Thrives, who had a big group stage. Go.
Yeah, with that said, looking at the
Team
teams, I know that
stats.
Nitro, you really want to
Crazy.
jump in on Godlike because this team came out of nowhere in Group B and made it straight into the finals.
I mean, out of nowhere is a pretty good description of it. It's working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to Godlike, are highlighting, you know, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I want to say Some, in particular, has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlike.
मैंने
You can see a lot
मस्त
of
खेला
the
भाई
shot there.
डे 1 थोड़ा
They're
छोक
getting
किया था
ready
उसने
for this.
डे
And
2
you know
में
what?
भाई
Godlike is one of the
ऐसे ही
many
मैंने
teams
बोला
not going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this
Crazy
weekend. But you know
खेला
what? I feel like we need an extra analyst
पूरा
possibly to
H2H
join
भाई
the
इनका भी
desk right here. We have
H2H
to
ही
summon
सीन
it.
होता है
Okay,
बहुत
Nitro, so we're
कैजुअलिटी
in
हो जाती है
3, 2, 1.
बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है भाई इनका भी
Oh no! Oh, didn't work. Okay, wait.
okay,
Right, time
okay.
2. Okay, wait. We're gonna do it one more time.
Yeah.
Vitality. Hey! So Vitality.
अबे
what
हाँ
we did give, like,
स्नैक्स को ये मिला है स्नैक्स को बोल बोल
लोगो कुठे गेले
अरे आदित्य ऐक ना हॅलो ऐक ना
हा
ते मी असं तर माऊसचा बटन दाबतोय ना तर त्याच्याने काय होतंय डायरेक्ट बॅक होतंय पुश टू अच्छा हे लोक गेले का
हा डिस्कॉर्डचा पुश टू टॉक सेट करतो तू
येस येस काय नाही सोड
the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for
भाई
Wolves are
माझे तर येतं.
terrifying.
Can we see something similar going into this
Vitality
one?
भाई
Mr.
साहब
Mr. Vitality.
कंपटीशन वाइटलिटी
Yeah, I do think that
बट
Vitality's going to do very
PMG
well.
और PMI में
The
शायद
spiritual
से
successes,
ग्रैंड
of
फाइनल में
course,
अच्छा
but I
नहीं
do
खेली
think
थी
they're going to do
वाइटलिटी
very, very well. I think that there's not a player on that
कुछ तो हो
team
गया
that
था
doesn't
भाई
look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny
मैंने
thing
देखा
for
भाई
me right
कमेंट्स
now,
पढ़े थे
Victor,
भाई
is that Razy and Razak
वो
aren't
ग्रैंड
particularly
फाइनल
the
अच्छा
guys
नहीं
that
खेलती
stepping
सुना
up
है
the
मैंने
heat, despite so much talk about them. Axel and Federales have come in looking
क्या पता
very
भाई
hot. I think
देखते
that's the most promising thing.
Absolutely. I think if you look at any of the stronger teams
अबे हाँ
in
स्नैक्स का देखना था ना भाई
be through super chats. मैं chat obviously पढ़ना
अरे
आप लोग 5
यार
मिनट बाद देख रहे हो, मैं उसके पहले बोल रहा हूँ, तो मेरे लिए chat पढ़ना थोड़ा difficult रहेगा, but I promise guys I'll give you the best.
90,000 वाचिंग भाई स्नैक्स अबे नेट गया क्या
ये सेटअप वगैरह ये सारी चीजें देखना, ये सब करना, तो थोड़ा आज पहला दिन एडजस्ट करना, बट आई मेक श्योर कि सब एकदम स्मूथली हो. बस एक जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं अपने भाई लोग, सुपर चैट्स में पढ़ने का पूरा ट्राई करूंगा. सुपर चैट्स में मैं जो भी फीडबैक रहेगी कि ये सेट करना है ऑडियो, वो सेट करना है, जो भी है उसमें देना ताकि मैं इजीली पढ़ पाऊँ, क्योंकि चैट तो भग जाएगी. एंड ऑलरेडी कितने लोग देख रहे हैं भाई? 1 लाख लोग देख रहे हैं ऑलरेडी
भाई साहब.
अब मेरे को ऑडियो बता देना, ठीक है, किसको क्या एडजस्ट करना है.
I think right now they're looking very, very good.
भाई
I
उजी
think a
कभी
lot of the
दिखाया गया
emphasis-
थोड़ा
actually could have a lot of
Actually, that could put them in.
I think orangutan for them. I think right now they're a lovely guy, great chatter. I mean, I talk.
Hila
a lot.
babe is got ने
I
बहुत
talk
ये
a
किया
lot,
भाई
you
बहुत
see.
सपोर्ट
I
किया
think
crazy
that's sometimes a problem for other people, but for Aru, goodness me, I could just sit there and listen to him all day. But he's bringing a lot of the eliminations. He's also bringing a lot of the guidance to the squad. Now there were a couple of moments. I think we're actually seeing on screen
Crazy
now one
need
of
भाई
those moments, which was a little bit difficult right now.
crazy need
Orangutan,
आइजली मार रहा था
they
भाई
moved up
उससे
on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think that the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit of, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you are in these high pressure situations, it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. They've solved so much of that, and so yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're level black with maybe a trophy is in the cards for these guys.
It's twins है guys ये दोनों twins.
Wait.
Predicted by Max.
Sorry. So they're going to be in
Twins
16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time we saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing. They looked scared. They looked like they didn't have it. What was basically a rookie upstart squad who were testing a lot of other squads, right? Poking at them, nipping at their heels. They suddenly play this really passive game. I think some of that aggression's coming back now, and that's good news going in towards the finals.
Yep. Go for it.
No, I agree. I want to see more from them, though. I think in the group stage, you know, they've been heralded as a very, very aggressive, forward-playing team, and I think in the group stages we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the finals, but you know what? It could be just a simple thing of
हाथ लेकर घर ट्रॉफी साथ लेकर घर लौटने की, बट रास्ते में यांगॉन गैलेक्टिकॉस से मुलाकात हो गई, एंड यांगॉन गैलेक्टिकॉस दे वर द वंस विनर्स ऑफ PMWC इन 2025. इस साल आई थिंक ये कोशिश वही रहेगी कि वो गलती ना हो, ट्रॉफी इस बार अपने साथ लेकर जाए. बट पोडियम कंटेंडर्स एक और टीम है जिन्होंने
अरोरा स्पोर्ट्स का तो भाई मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि
बात कर रहा हूं वाइटैलिटी की, कहीं ना कहीं ग्रुप भी बिल्कुल
अभी तो लाइव नहीं है तू
डे 1 पे दर्शिता.
नहीं क्यों मैं ये करते मेरा ये इसका फिक्स चल रहा कीबोर्ड का.
क्या बात करूं मैं इस टीम की, जिस तरीके से इन्होंने परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है. ऑनेस्टली आई मीन हम बात करते हैं कि क्या टीम 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर पाएगी दोनों दिन 12 मैचेस के बाद. इन्होंने वो कमाल एक दिन में करके दिखाया है. तो उस पे ऑलरेडी बहुत कुछ है. दैट इज ऑलरेडी अ स्टेटमेंट फ्रॉम कमिंग फ्रॉम द साइड्स ऑफ वाइटैलिटी. तो मैं एक्साइटेड हूँ देखने के लिए कि अब किस प्रकार का परफॉर्मेंस आता है. क्या वाइटैलिटी वो सेम परफॉर्मेंस दिखा पाती है या फिर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का प्रेशर उन्हें थोड़ा सा डगमगा देता है.
मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से इन्होंने परफॉर्म किया था इसके पहले, प्रेशर तो उनके ऊपर नहीं ही होगा क्योंकि उन्होंने ऑलरेडी डोमिनेट किया है. बट मैं मानता हूँ कि डे 2 में उन्होंने जो कंट्रोल दिखाया है वो कंट्रोल, हाँ पॉइंट्स
डे 1 में तो डोमिनेट
के साथ
क्या रहता भाई,
थोड़ा और ज्यादा निकालते हैं तो
सूद गया भाई,
परफॉर्मेंस ज्यादा बेटर हो सकता है.
आई मीन 148 के बाद आप क्या चाहते हो, वो कितने अंक निकाले 12 मैच में.
इनकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस बिल्कुल अलग है, लेकिन इस समय जैसा बात
430
हमारी दो
वो
टीम
स्टार्ट
से
होगा, 420 तक स्टार्ट होगा. अभी पहले एंट्री वगैरह रहेगी गाइस इनकी.
प्रेशर भी होगा, परफॉर्मेंस भी होगा.
जो न्यू हो गाइस सब लोग लाइक करते हो
के पास फॉर अ वेरी स्पेशल इंटरव्यू और जानेंगे कि हमारी टीम जो है उनके ज़हन में क्या चल रहा है और स्पेरो के क्या सवाल रहने वाले हैं बिफोर दिस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स एक्चुअली बिगिंस. सो लेट्स हैव अ लुक.
इंडिया की आन बान शान और
Hey,
इनका दर्जा
Kopi.
एक्सपोर्ट्स में मुझे लगता है अब सबसे महान होने
Power.
वाला है. ओरांगुटान के AKOP, गॉड लाइक केएस पावर. टुडे इज द
दोनों
बिग डे
assaulters
गाइस.
भाई, मारेंगे भाई,
फाइनल्स
कुत्ता बनाओ
जिसकी
guys,
सारी
कुत्ता
हमने
बनाओ.
तैयारी करी. मैं जानना चाहता हूं आप दोनों के मन में
International
इस समय क्या चल रहा है. फर्स्ट भी देखिए.
लाइक माइंड में कुछ नहीं चल रहा, प्रिपरेशन पूरी तरह से कर ली है. बस मैचेस शुरू होने का एक्साइटमेंट है, जल्दी से शुरू हो, थोड़ा सा मज़ा आया, फिर बिल्डअप हो थोड़ा.
देखिए मज़ा तो पूरा आने वाला है, बट मैं ज़रूर एस पावर के पास भी आना चाहूँगा. एस पावर, आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है इस समय?
कुछ भी नहीं यार, बस मैचेस स्टार्ट का देर है और फिर मैचेस स्टार्ट होने के बाद पता ही है आप लोग को.
एके, आपका मैंने एक क्लिप देखा था जब आपने कहा था कि रिस्पेक्ट जो आपने गवाई है वो अब वापस पाने की बारी आ चुकी है. दिस इज द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. यू वांट टू से एनीथिंग राइट नाउ?
लाइक लास्ट टाइम जब फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई नहीं होता तो बहुत बुरा लगा था, बहुत सारे लोगों ने डाउट किया, बहुत कुछ बोला, मतलब इतना हद पार. तो उस चीज़ को मतलब ईगो पे ले लिया और फिर वो बोल दिया और फिर भगवान की कृपा से अब यहाँ पे वापस आ गया प्रूव करने के लिए वही चीज़. बस अभी फाइनल्स के मैचेस शुरू हो और फिर वही माइंडसेट के साथ उतरेंगे कि भाई इंडिया का नाम ऑन टॉप.
इंडिया का नाम ऑन टॉप डेफिनेटली. बट एस पावर, प्रिंस, एम्परर नाउ इन द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. आज आपकी खुद से और आपकी टीम से क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है?
कुछ भी नहीं, बस अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलेंगे और बाकी जो होगा वो होगा. एज सिंपल एज दैट. हमेशा से यही है और बाकी आपको पता ही है, जस्ट गो विद द
फ्लो. गो विद द फ्लो, ये तो आपने बताया. थोड़ी गेम प्ले के ऊपर भी बात करते हैं. रोंडो का मुकाबला इट्स ऑलवेज सो इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एवरीवन कि आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा पॉइंट्स लें. क्या गेम प्लान है रोंडो के लिए?
नहीं, गेम प्लान तो सबका सेम ही होगा कि स्टार्टिंग में हॉट ड्रॉप करो, फिर रिकॉल है तो रीसेट हो जाओ. सेम है, जैसे हॉट ड्रॉप करेंगे तो मैक्सिमम फिनिशेस ग्रैब करने का ट्राई करेंगे और वहीं पे मतलब रोंडो बहुत एडवांटेजेस मैप है तो ऑब्वियसली ग्रैब कर लेंगे, मज़ा आ जाएगा. फिर फ्लो पकड़ लेंगे, मोमेंटम को एक का रिफर आउट करना होगा, बस और कुछ नहीं.
ये बहुत ज़रूरी रहेगा आपके लिए. एस पावर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू एज वेल. बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप अपना अग्रेशन यहाँ पे दिखाएं बिकॉज़ दैट इज योर प्लान.
एस पावर और एडविनो
जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो.
और मान्य और सोम
यार कुछ तो बताओ रोंडो का क्या
प्लान है? करके मारो भाई, घुस के मारो.
जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो.
आई लाइक दैट वन. तो गॉड लाइक इज गोइंग विद द फ्लो. ओरांगुटान इज रेडी फॉर द मैचेस एज वेल. शुरू करते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स.
मजेदार बात ये लगी उस इंटरव्यू की, कोई प्रेशर दोनों प्लेयर्स के चेहरों पे नजर नहीं आ रहा. अपने अपने प्लान है, बोथ ऑफ देम जस्ट वांट टू गो विद द फ्लो. बट फिलहाल हम भी फ्लो के साथ चलेंगे. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की शुरुआत होने में ज्यादा समय नहीं है, तो चलिए सीधा चलते हैं मेन स्टेज की तरफ.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Giria City grid. Starting
team
with
entry guys, team entry. ये रही ना रोंडो किंग्स भाई.
Oof Esports.
मस्त लॉबी है भाई.
Nongshim Red Force.
लेट्स किसी क्वालिफाई तो मरे.
Valhalla Club Esports.
Tianma!
Tianma.
S2G
Stop.
Esports.
S2G ने जो ट्रोल किया है ना भाई अल्फा 7 को, जो ट्रोल किया है, दोनों में बैंटर चालू है भाई। राउफ और लॉर्ड तो भाई
Team Flash!
स्नैक्स ऊपर कहीं तो बैठा के तो परमिशन मिले। बाय गॉड लाइक गैंगस्टर दिखते भाई ये लोग तो। शेक पंप पे भाई, पंप पे इंडियन टीम।
And finally, for Thrives Esports! We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next 3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the
ऐसे
world,
दो
you
टॉप
need to
टीम
prove
रुके
it
भाई
from the
साइड साइड।
very first day. The PMWC Finals at RWC 2026 starts right now.
हाइक टॉक दो गाइस।
हर एक ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट के जीवन का, उनके करियर का सबसे
Come to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milo with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! And a squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the elims and burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6
1 में 108 points है Stay 1।
Nate misses, Darkin peaks. That's on
ले आईडी भाई, या तो चिकन निकाला भाई, कंटिन्यूस चिकन निकालेगा।
Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game
S-Power बना ही रहे इंटरनेशनल लॉबीज के लिए, बना ही है वो।
Full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut them down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces.
तो मैं कह रहा था डे 2 में मस्त कुत्ता बनाया था, कुत्ता।
It's Godlike's time to shine.
See on Rondo, it is madness in the factory. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Black charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru's still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's whipping the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot. India grabs the back-to-back.
भाई एक टीम एग्रेसिव, एक टीम पैसिव भाई, कॉम्बो है भाई इंडिया का तो भाई।
It's time to crush some dreams of
भाई
10
पैसिव भी ऐसा
teams.
ऐसा नहीं,
Can I get
स्टार्टिंग
you
में
to
पैसिव, बाद
press
में
this
फुल
button
बूम
and
बाम.
open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
Crash, crash.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day one always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress. We saw that come through the survival stage. Yeah. Teams were sweating. Teams were shaking in their boots. We're starting to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to Arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further, hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at PMWC.
Match start हो रहा है guys, match start हो रहा है.
PWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate, with Yangon being Yangon. It is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day one of finals. Match one, Rondo. Let's get it started.
5 में तो बहुत ये हो रहा है मुझे. दगदग हो रहा है.
It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day.
भाई goosebumps आ रहे हैं भाई, goosebumps. Grand finals खेल रही इंडियन टीम.
We've had some pretty good games of Rondo.
Goosebumps आ रहे हैं, legit goosebumps.
That was something to be remembered, but the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together.
एक में को मारो, घुस के मारो.
They're going to be stepping over each other, Blanks.
I mean, they will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly, as soon as these players start dropping in. Arena here though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Remembering versus Alpha 7 just the other day, survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but the Arena made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them. A lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane path. Do open up towards Yulin.
Just how hot these drops going to be and how much aggression on
start हो गया. फलक ने नॉक भी दे दिया भाई. साहब बोल रहा है एक ओपन नॉक. लैग क्यों हो गया भाई? लैग मत हो यार.
He starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on a rank
आतंकी भी नॉक.
instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points.
फलक को नाइफ कर रहा है
in a matter of seconds here, Blank.
QZZ already knocks left, right, and center.
अबे भाई 6 किल मार भी दिए.
Up to 4, QZZ on 2, 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47.
अभी तो स्टार्ट हुआ मैच.
That is an incredible result already for Tiamba, and they should be able to get the easy res beacon. They've already cleared out most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again
NT
forced out as well as Hora looked to try and claim a few more points for
6
themselves.
kill, 3 kill.
3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Nonshin Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just coming through, Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 Thrives. The knife, close quarters, outside the pagoda.
Knock दिया था एक knock दिया था. Wolf versus Aurora.
Start as you mean
to proceed. भाई दिमाग में सिरिकल टावर पे हो गया क्या?
Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
That's a great lineup, bud.
Lord
coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what all kind of lacked a little bit of.
But for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the P. Wow, Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro though with the shot.
Lord और Pubg गए, Lord और Pubg.
Absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
पूरा के 6 किल हो गए भाई वापस.
Okay, at least at distance is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered. But that place can hold a lot of teams right now coming against Wit. Bear is the HP, but at distance
नीलू नहीं रुक रहा क्या भाई?
once again.
सर्वाइवल स्टेज से पंप पे शायद नीलू.
Probably after this.
5 किल, 6 किल मार दिए बे.
This is the dream start for Tiamba. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we'd seen. If he feeds the hot hand and can keep this going for
Finish, nice one.
It's the buffer that we were talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the lucky spin, which you can join in-game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in-game.
3 बंदे मार दिए.
Make sure to try your chances, just like QZZ and this spray with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact that you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo. The extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground. It's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it. And Tiamba
यार रिलैक्स क्यों कर रहा है यार?
Again for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them.
MVP कौन रहेगा? ये सोचो guys, MVP कौन रहेगा?
I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in.
अब भी 6 किल मार दिए थे.
Pushing a little bit further.
Vitality अभी तक बाकी है.
We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, game 2.
S-Power.
It also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar results to Fall Guys in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
Yeah, it will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be, and really if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah, Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assumed to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Actually wild. Speed at which he was. The speed at which he was like. Was that 1v4 again? Actually, now I'm thinking about it.
It feels like it is, especially
के पॉइंट नहीं है क्या?
We had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt
हो
towards
गए
the end of
FLB को ये हो गए
resulted in a winning free elims and going out as the last guy.
ये कॉल हो गए guys FLB
Conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Center है guys अपना
Full on butcher blade coming out from Milu, chopping everyone to
अबे
bits.
बे बाबा आतंकी को जोन मिल गया है थोड़ा जोन इधर भी बनाओ हमारे लिए
down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing
गॉडलेग ये लोग तो है गॉडलेग को तो फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी शायद ऐसा लग रहा है
rotate on the north side will be able to get them further into
अबे ओजी वर्सेस गॉडलेग हो सकता है बे और 40
on the back foot here as well as Ulf.
अभी तो एफएल वर्सेस ये
holding a 2-2 split. I think they realized because they're so far down towards the south, likely
OG
better to try and
versus
clear their
गॉडलेग
back
हो सकती
angles
है
and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
फाइट हो गई EA versus
Shades of stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards in a final circle, but let's see if they can win out.
अरे यार नहीं दोनों नॉक यार
And it's easy clean up on the opening two players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds.
आतंकी भी नॉक 40 से फिनिश हो गया आतंकी
Fourth Thrives taking down a tanky there as well. Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this, actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like we said before, you get a res off there. Teams know it's happening. They will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side. And it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Yeah, thankfully, he's got just enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well, hedges his bets. He goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in.
यार कौन बचा है अभी
on screen here
आतंकी बचा है ना आतंकी तो मर गया
start us off with Razy.
और ये बचा है रे
I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special
ये
report
क्यों
on
बचा है
Vitality.
अरे ये
Razak and
क्यों
Razy,
दोनों में से
that's
कोई
been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean,
अच्छा आरुल को रिकॉल मिल गया
the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly,
क्यों
and they
रिकॉल
are
दे दिया
always
भाई
looking for a proper
क्रेजी
But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me.
40 टॉप नॉक हो गया
Talk about Razy and Razak and Federalis.
एफएल वर्सेस अरोरा कब कहां हो रही है भाई रेव है शायद रेव है
PUBG Mobile, but Axel was just swinging and not missing.
पूरा भी तो जोन के
So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Taking a look at Godlike though, they're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression.
भाई दूसरे पीसी और चालते पण माझ्या पीसी वर नाही चालत.
Figuring things out they go along, but genuinely overall we're
अबे
impressive.
सेंटर रिकॉर्ड लाइक क्रेजी
Second best inside of their group.
आरु ये लोग तो
Beat
पीछे
out
भी
by
लगे
Vitality.
यार लूट के आ जाओ भाई आराम से
To be fair play.
फिर रुक जाओ भाई
रोंडो चल रहा है क्या
Really did get it there, mate.
Ian by 9 points उतरते उतरते ही
Punch down the zone here as well.
जैसे ही उतरे वैसे ही 6 किलो
Big names amongst the dead center of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 Thrives,
Godlike
Vitality, Enigma
Pula
Galaxy
versus
as well.
Godlike हो सकती है Godlike ने अगर नॉक खाया तो फिर डायरेक्ट स्लैम है
side that could have some
आपको चाहिए
surprises
हो
in
जाएगा
store for us the longer this one goes on.
Yeah.
अरे पे लिंटर से रिटर्न
seem
के
to
पास
have this
कराने में
capability to shoot in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them.
कोणाचा
It just seems to dwindle
Fight
a
होतो.
little bit once we get to a final.
ए दादा ऐक ना तुला एक प्रॉब्लेम माहिती का
Asking for that not to be the case for the
यार
longest
माझा
time.
कीबोर्ड आलाय भाई
I'm getting to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really
Godlike मारना रहता बगिया
put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of
में
the
अगर
finals,
ऊपर में मिल
that's
गए
already a big achievement. Reefus though opening over towards Yasser from Alula.
Yeah
Tiamba's cut out on
Alola?
that eastern edge. Now, there's a lot of
Alola
these
bola
big
usne,
pillars
Alola.
involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over
Alola.
towards that northeast
Wow,
side.
Alola
It's
is
a bit
cool.
open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it. So if you are Arena,
Sorry,
you
my
can swing
bad.
past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot.
Yeah,
But Fall
center
Price
hai.
have beaten them to the punch here down
Kushi,
towards their
Kushi
southwest from stadium.
अबे डमरू बजा रहे यार पीछे पीछे भाई डमरू बंद करो यार इनको
Form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive.
Like guys.
It was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so
Aurora versus
brilliantly
Aurora.
with some
Aurora
of the
की fight हो रही
individual
है
plays.
5 पॉइंट पे है
Looked like a whole new man showed up. We
उस
spoke
गंदी
about
जगह
this
पे
big
भाई
man
खेलना
though. He's
बहुत
back on
गंदी
our
जगह
screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Aching desperate to get some
Pronounce
evens on
the
the board. I
Shire.
mean,
Oh.
man, every single
Sorry.
one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. Aching, a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle, very, very good at playing that
इसने
anchor
लास्ट दिन
style.
कमबैक दिया है गाइस ये टीम ने उल्फ esports
Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, Furia looking good.
Admino का 1 kill है
Eagles,
अभी
I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah.
They've got
Forty
big
का भी 1
names
kill हो
on
गया
the team like Chief, Ayala.
Forty का
Silas
knock.
also
लो
doing a lot
लो
of work, but yeah, Egos was just really giving it.
किधर
for a
किधर
lot of these
40
scores.
वर्सेस ये
Now we're getting
अरे
in
वो तो
towards
अबे रश कर रहे पे लोग
our later circles with quite a lot
अबे
of
आरू
teams still
जो
involved.
साइड
We
जाता है ना
talked
आरू
about
वहाँ साइड
Jaltin
जोन
earlier
बनता
on.
ही है
It
भाई
can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in, and swinging from apartment
बहुत
to
भसड़ है भाई
apartment
बहुत
is
भसड़
not always easy, and there's a lot of difficult
S2G versus NS हो रहा है
windows and little places to pitch nades in.
40
We
को रिवाइव
can't
मिलने वाला क्या
quite
मिल
get
गया
those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play.
भाई
I
उनके
think it's
बीच में
gonna
से
be a
जा रही है
little
बे
bit
आईडीए
game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jaltin.
NS versus S2G आईडीए का नॉक मिल गया लो नाउ
Galaxy
गई S2G खत्म भाई टीजी ने 4 किल मार दिए बे
Crash down on top of them from non-ship.
अबे यार ये मत हो यार
Red Force, the hero of Hyunbin, starting it out well.
रियल
One
फाइट
man in
कमिंग
last,
यस हो
forced to
जाएगा
bail
1-2 मिनट में हो
out and
जाएगी
try and
भाई
keep their dreams alive as he
अबे
breezes
किल
out
चोरी
of
किया
action.
भाई ये क्यों हो रहा है
Got crunched in by Vitality as well.
यार इनका इनका ही इशू है भाई मेरा इशू नहीं है गाइस
Aurora,
इनका इशू
I
है
think you somewhat deserve that. A lot of places to play.
अरे
You do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you
हाँ,
sort of want to be
देखो,
on that
देखो,
end
मेरा
where
issue नहीं है
Aurora
भाई,
is Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot
बफर
of other
बफर
teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate.
Knock.
Fourth rise though,
40 गई
Joker stepping up to the plate.
40
He is
का
playing
गेम
for the
खराब है
smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
अलग गया है
This is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's
मेरी
Joker
टाइगा
just
भाई
teasing them, dancing
अबे
around
बे
on
बे
top of the rocks.
मजे ले रहा है
So
बे
much
उसके
damage already done to
गए
four fights. This
40
would be a
GG
hellish way to go down.
रॉन्डो के मॉन्स्टर से गाइस ये
In our
लोग
opening game,
ये अरीना
the arena.
मॉन्स्टर
Arena down, but back on board.
लेटियन बा मारने लगी मिलू
As per usual.
मिलू के 12-13 किल हो रहे हैं ऐसा लग रहा है
But he's just pushing up. Aching will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7
इसमें
so
12-13
far.
किल है भाई अबे 3 लोग फाड़ दे एक गोल ही नहीं
Even
लगी
more,
टूटा
squeeze
है
whatever points they can get out of
मेरे
this
मिलू
one.
मारेगा
Aaron had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head
kill.
down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. And someone needs to stop him, Black.
Milu is just out of control
Arne
this
knocked
game.
down,
You're
उसके
right. Needs to be
खुद को
leashed. QZZ still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where.
Top
It's
knock.
Fury, you're actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them.
फेडरल से टॉप नॉक हो गया
Not letting up. Just about press over the top of that
अबे
bridge
7
side.
किल मार दिए बे
They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to
आजू
play.
बाजू भाई कर दो यार बसड़ कर दो मर जाओ एक दूसरे को मार के
Curious to see
हमें
how it
चिकन दे
does
दो
work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple
Hello,
of
Aditya.
balls at one another. But everyone does find Eagle. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east
अभी
side.
लोग आप ही गए क्या भाई? Crazy रे.
He's thinking you want to try and ruin this.
कर दे, need कर दे यार.
Well,
Admin need कर दे.
at least make it uncomfortable.
मार देगा एडमिनो, come on.
See what he can scrap.
STG lost को मार के zone ले लो भाई. मार दो भाई, क्या zone है STG के लिए.
Recall the zone coming in, and that's going to really crunch up
एडमिनो
away
पे है
from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Left भी open.
Vitality's actually in a really good spot here. Like I said
Kill
before,
मिल
it does
जाएंगे
give them
भाई
the
इनको
capability
यार.
to move out over
तो open
towards
आएंगे
that
लोग.
northeast side if needs be, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin.
Tian
He is over on the
भाई
eastern
Tian
side
बाग के
of
पास
Jiangxi,
zone
just hanging out
kills
for
है
the
भाई,
time
zone ही
being, but
नहीं
it
है.
does kind of save grace
सा
for
लक खराब
Vitality,
रहेगा भाई इनका.
because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Quick replay here from Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
He was quick and on a disgusting angle as well, so good plays. Oh, Federales, no one clears it!
Hello.
He doesn't get the playoff! What? They turn around back
भाई
onto
Tian
it,
बाग को क्या हो गया?
What's gone on there?
बस 14 finishes.
Insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They
अबे ले फोड़ा.
lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold push.
भाई ये नेट से फूटेगा
I was like,
क्या?
goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness
अरे
me,
भाई यार हो रहा है यहाँ
Vitality's
से थर्ड
going
पार्टी
down
ले
to
लेंगे
Tiamba
ना.
of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well. Wants
हाँ
to
भाई
really commit
मिलू
to
रुक
this.
जा भाई.
Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes
अबे
down.
कुत्ता बना रहा है ये
They
मिलू
forced
उनका.
into our first game. Milu prime in the nades. Oh,
nice. Good
ले फाड़ दिया, रिफ्यूज ने फाड़
hits it
दिया.
back. Axel
अबे
Razak still up and kicking. That nade looked dangerous.
क्या
Milu's
अच्छा था
down,
भाई,
tries to
क्यों
crawl his way
क्यों
back in
क्यों मत
towards the smoke to
रात
mask
में
his
क्यों मत
presence here.
यहाँ अच्छी चालू थी ना भाई.
Still alive. Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is
हार्ट अटैक आ गया
greedy.
दो ही बाकी टीएन में कितना अच्छा खेल रहे थे यार, हग दिया एंड में.
oh, mate. He's going to get it in.
मारो यार, गॉडलेग वाले क्या कर रहे हैं? गॉडलेग वाले आ
The
रहे
insane
हैं.
bit was as well, it was the
मारेंगे
nades from
भाई.
Aurora from all the way in the back
गोली
line. They got
काफला.
that initial knockback over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all.
डैमेज ले खुद की
Most
टीम में को
aggressive
डैमेज दे
game
रहे
of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
He's just going for it.
थोड़ा.
Good night.
Oh.
Knocks them both out.
भाई साहब दोनों मार रहे कब से भाई.
So many players just step back and be like, that's it then. But he's like, if I can't do it with the
क्या
nade,
मार रहे हैं भाई वो
I'm
लोग.
just facing. I'm fully
ले
facing.
ले टॉप
Now
पे
Aurora.
भाई इनको भी खत्म कर रहे हैं क्या?
Can Tiamba hold?
ले
2
डाल.
versus 4 here. It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not good, but Refus is taking a ton of damage. Top bullet fight,
QZ
at
मर
least
गया.
find QZZ. And it seems like
अच्छा गया
Milu
मिलू
will
मुझे
also go
16
down.
पॉइंट निकले.
But
3
16
एस्पावर ने गया.
eliminations, a fearsome game, even going
मारो.
to 11.
जोन मिल गया गाइस, उनको जोन मिल गया. गॉडलेग को जोन मिल गया. अभी पीछे से आके मार के दे दो. किल चोरी कर ले.
A spectacle to
एक
start
की
here
मार
on
ले.
game 1 of Rondo, and it's Tiamba
ले
that
नो
lead
क्लियर
the
गया.
charge. Now out of the running, let's see if anyone else can
उसकी
try
टीममेट
and
पे नहीं
mirror
दिखा
their
अभी.
success with what
जोन
remains.
गॉडलेग पे गाइस. क्रेजी.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well because they need to leave at some point in the near future. Jiggle. Fair bit of damage. Flash still got bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because
एडमिन ने नॉक दिया.
concrete inside.
दो नॉक.
Godlike though dealing with Nongshim Red
He's out. अरे भाई.
Just lets him run straight into the barrel.
खत्म हो गया.
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium.
सम्मे को दूर से पड़ी रे यार.
Back upon from Schweppes in the distance as
अच्छा
well.
चालू था भाई यार. एक मिनट कर
This
दे
is
यार.
looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, Nonshin down to just the duo. Godlike with only one man left remaining. And Alula, they've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can.
Alula की टीम है अपनी. अरे यही अपनी ओजी भी अपनी है. अब एक नेड कर दे यार. वो फ्री के किल मिल जाएंगे.
Big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down.
ले लिया उसने किल भाई.
What are we doing?
Wait, this is
एडमिन एंटी पे. अरोरा के 10 किल, अरोरा का चिकन ही है भाई, लिख के देता हूँ मैं अरोरा का चिकन। अब अगर अरोरा मार रही है तो अरोरा का चिकन है, लिख के दे। कुछ नहीं कर सकता भाई अभी तो वो जी जिंदा है 0। अगर एफएल का कोई गेम खराब कर सकता है तो वो है
opening up with maybe a
जो
gargantuan
तुम
game,
तो मार के खत्म कर,
leading us to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
नाइस वन एक पे, अरे नाइस वन बोला था ना एफएल का कोई गेम खराब करेगा तो
overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team
जी
that can deliver
और
with
एक
some
नॉक दिया।
consistency late game. They've got nades as well.
अबे टॉप नहीं रुक रहा भाई, टॉप नहीं रुक रहा, अरो नॉक हो गया यार।
Thankfully for them, a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference.
अरोरा अपने को ये कर रही है भाई, सपोर्ट दे रही है, वन साइड सपोर्ट दे रही है।
Elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And blank, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 Elims. They might be able to lap them.
Bro, दर्शन
जो
सोन इन द टीम भाई, सभी टीम अपने से ले भाई, 6 किल मार दिए टॉप ने।
Top was able to steal it,
नहीं रुक रहा,
but for OG they live a lot longer than
चाहिए ये
expected.
क्यों
0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside, has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefers spraying in, has 260 bullets as well, so they have a lot of traits to pursue and peruse.
Akop just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more. He's mistimed it. Yeah, unfortunate. I think he thought
nice try.
I thought the first aid kit there, sadly not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. TNK not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their look last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent, like a lot of work's been going on for this squad.
Pura का बंदा गेम खराब करेगा ये, अरोरा वाले आई चोरी करते हैं।
Up in top 3, a rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points, and I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been a big King Cooper for this team. Wearing that crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peek behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up from Nigma Galaxy. And enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia, he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for the dinner.
टॉप ने मारा लो, नहीं रुक रहा भाई, ये टॉप भी नहीं रुक रहा, खत्म है।
So we're down to Aurora. Reefer swings very wide here over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. A little bit hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Gonna wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shots, has to go for the reload here, go for another. As he passes on by. Again, I do think for Nigma Galaxy, Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off.
Yeah.
Lord is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great, and it works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Nigma Galaxy, I do think this is a perfect set right now for them. John will move forward into the smoke line, 17 eliminations on the game. A teaser potentially from Aurora, and we'll hold our breath for it. Ooh, nice. Just unreal.
Greatly times from Joel. Hitting hard.
He knows. He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on half HP.
Molly.
Could be good.
Oh, this is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. He's really slowing down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted. discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One blessing, he's got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord, though, deadly duo. Prime of the 2 nades, Doc is up front. Is this the dockening once again? Takes 2 nades, just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back line. It is top, and now Aurora's down to 2. Enigma Galaxy is making this happen.
They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle under the down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord, but he's gone.
Goodness me. That is insane. That is insane, Jackie. I got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, what a good game. Did say though, Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have.
Yeah.
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident they're 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. But I started to get worried, man. Pointing to the map, I'm seeing Doc. Slight timing on the nades.
The docketing, dude. It's the docketing. It's happening again.
5, bro. Just absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Enigma Galaxy also has the high grounds. They set up well on this one. Yeah, good stuff from Enigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops, though. That Morales throughout the entirety. But 16 eliminations. What are we doing?
Wow. Shots. Teams, I mean, non-shin down.
At some point in the near future. Jiggle. Hard to pop these off the wall, though. Because all the concrete inside. Godlike, though, dealing with non-shin Red Force. Tizzy just lets him run straight into the barrel.
God damn. Shotgun straight to the cranium. Godlike clap back upon from Schweitz in the distance as well. Gets an angle onto it. This is looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, non-shin down to just the duo. Godlike with only 1 man left remaining.
Welcome to the front of stage. My name's Barney Banks and I'm joined by S2G's very own Badish. Badish, how's it going, man?
Fine, bro, you?
I'm very well, thanks. I mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about Paris. How's the Esports World Cup been for you so far?
Paris is amazing, bro.
Yeah, it's too good,
it's so good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon.
That's their major issue. They're strong, and for them,
delivering early into Rondo, orangutan
being extremely difficult.
achieved for Tianba in a matter of seconds here.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, center. Milu up to 4. QZZ on 2. 6 eliminated.
Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tianba in a matter of seconds here.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4. QZZ on 2.
You feel like we're going to get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me. My players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place. Maybe we're gonna get the 6th place.
Oh,
they
wow.
don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah, I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the event, and we'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Day number 1 in serious business here now for PMWC at EWC 26. And what better way to start it off than I have 2 legends here from India to talk about what's happened so far, as well as what may be to come. So, of course,
Aru or Admino. Come on.
As we have Godlike and, of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianba got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Yeah.
And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand finals also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question, since we've got 2 fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru himself, because he's a good IG.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, final kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
On guys, एक ही मैच हुआ है guys, छोड़ो एक ही मैच हुआ है.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nick McGalaxy won, congratulations, Nick McGalaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Nick McGalaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight into E-Arena, hoping Al-Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but how it worked out in the end. And because of that fight, they could get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
But I can pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not like. I mean, you know, we came out of that survival. It's just not. I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them, from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there, depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those.
So, you know how you just had some notes and it was just cool. Just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ. That 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage Chamber? Clearly, with this opening performance 7, it is survival stage Chamber in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, so it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game.
60 points यार मेरे पास
EWC 26 finals.
Pick lock take भाई मुझे लेना है.
Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know, how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really nice to see. I think, again,
इसको करो चल guys बताओ top 5 बताओ मुझे top 5.
First of all, mad props to actually being here. That guy's done so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just
ऐसे लग रहा है Irangal चिकन रहेगा.
And that's bang. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more.
Second आएगी ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे.
We head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. Honestly, mate, you know, normally you favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeezed some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings.
Lock किया जाए.
Touched on Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little normal. Opening point path established here.
Back here, guys. Back to back.
Way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz. Opening here for teams to move into. Gatka a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, as well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalbert on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time, you are not having a second team come over here. So it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game.
But तीन team में एक तो भाई boat yard
There
है.
is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fire on the central compound when we're playing Edge. I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that position, let's take it off.
Zone देखो बे.
Fairly watery circle, mate.
मैंने तो मेरा top 5 predict कर लिया.
This has been a consistent
अगर
trend
वो
of these
top
round
5
survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stauber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah.
ये लोग इधर
It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed.
अबे drop clash हो गया बे.
You are correct.
पकड़ रहे उसको.
Or probably will end up creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 thrives.
Like कर दो guys.
Video
likes हो चुके हैं. Video likes.
There's no one around here. It's chilled out. It's
लग रहा है मारा-मारी हो गया.
You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan
drop clash हो गया
by the way.
Finals में drop clash.
Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for
Yeah,
him.
they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going, though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That will be a nice, I suppose, sort of litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time, most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location.
भाई grand finals में drop clash कर रहे हैं guys.
But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments.
Guys, मेरा pick देख लो आप, pick देख लो. Team Vitality का chicken है, Godlike second, third. IDA, fourth thrives,
what it takes to be a
fifth
champion.
nomination. देखते हैं अभी मेरा prediction सही होता है
Not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
Let's see.
And obviously we touched on
power
down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now, would be both Four Thrives and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well.
Yeah.
Falak gets some of that old four back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning.
ऐसा लग रहा है वाइटैलिटी का चिकन है.
He's got a little bit of a shy smile on him as well. Quite like it. It's cheeky. It's cheeky. It's cheeky.
Overall नहीं कर सकते क्या बे अपन?
But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice on those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today it's a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen.
OG ने rotation दे दिया रे.
Not a lot of eliminations, that's fine. Godlike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go. You come out from your group in those top teams, so you get a few days off, but that does put you back. The thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4-5
top gaya.
IQ with an opening take.
Wow.
But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the
Forty ने दे दिया भाई.
be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel
लग रहा है भाई 40 में मार सकती है चिकन.
I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. From Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting. Try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for Zone 2. Zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst has to say about that, because for me that's just not EWC, PMWC potential. Like, that's not what that is.
Yeah, the trade of it, one player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play, economically, it's not the best trade on it. Especially if we see him get a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward fight. One player of difference.
Hell, I mean, even the circle right now, where it's down towards the eastern side, Fourth Rives knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like, if this circle is further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think this one, you're Aurora, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check the you should just know.
Devils in the details.
अबे यार बंद करो यार इनको यार.
Very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players allowed to kick us off. Flash also having 1 player knocked here. Zone in.
Bridge still in play. There you go, buddy. Thought that this might be the case. On a circle like that, it's very, very awkward on these types of circles, and it can center up around bridge across both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest, but for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
हाँ बोलो.
हम restart करके आए एक second.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolberg quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest.
पूरा वर्सेस ये हो गया
Everyone else
start.
attempting to forge
Fight चालू हो गई
into
fight.
the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent
लेकिन वो लोग भी
chunk
साइड
of
में
it
ही ये रे
by the
ले
water.
सकते भाई 1-2 किल.
And that bridge
टच कर दो 1-2
dividing
किल.
either team from
गिरा.
each other.
गिरा.
Only 2 squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora.
Thailand चलेंगे वो लोग.
Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker. Tianba though, taking the scrap towards OG. Wizgod being hit very heavy. Trying to stay behind the trees, bro. Luckily still alive.
Yeah, great zigzag. Able to stay out of dodge there for a second. He was very close to going down. AKOP actually challenging this. But man, A-King has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
He's bringing it back in fashion.
बंदे
Horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru, going back in. Let's see what he can do in a DBS. Wants to prove he's the DB best up close and personal. On to Schwetz with the opener. Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Turney K outside twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan. It all goes down to just Haru. Trapped behind the bike sheds and laid out by E-Arena.
E-Arena able to remove them. Stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here with E-Arena, unfortunately. Some good shots at the start there, but started to crumble slightly. Turney K came in like a demon, though, from the sidelines. I think Wizgod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal. Aura played back here. They're over towards the pier itself. Fourth Thrives mirroring them towards the eastern side. We are close to
क्या
that
जरूरत
circle
थी
now.
उसको रुकने की उधर.
For the moment, man, they're like, this circle looks horrendous. We're going to play in our drop spot for the rest of the game. We're going to get
भाई
very
ड्रोन
limited
किधर आएगा
before
भाई
we think
ड्रोन आ रहा है
about
ऊपर.
moving. And we're still on Sosnovka with this one. Fourth Rise looking good. Down towards the southern edge here. Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think that's a bad idea here. It gives you a lot of control of the long woods that sits around this area. Not sure what S2G is doing. I think we've got
क्या किया भाई ओजी ने यार क्या जरूरत थी यार उधर.
Yeah, it seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over
Mania
to
knock.
grab their teammates, then get involved.
Let's power knock दिया. Nice one. Nice for finish. Crazy.
Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty.
दे दो रेफ दे दो भाई रेफ दे दो मानिया को रेफ.
Decent start, but got
अब आँख से दुख रहे थे. नेड आ रहा है. चमाने को रेफ मिल गया. थोड़ा ऊपर जाके दो ना.
QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Manya very low, but backpedals into safety with
उठा क्या?
First nade goes long.
नेड करो यार तुम लोग यार वो साइड
down the fortress, keeping that drawbridge pulled up. Takes a fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round. The position has been compromised.
रिफ्यूज है भाई. टूला वर्सेस ये हो गई. APG sorry, my bad. Old is gold. Aurora.
Smoke wall goes up. Only gets worse for Aurora as well. And that's quick from Alula finding them. This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was
Edwin knock दिया उसको बंदे. Nice one Edwin. Nice one.
For them to fight towards them. Ulf, interestingly, taking the hit over as well to Godlike, so that battle turns into a third-party fight.
Finish मिला क्या Godlike को?
Quick swing around, take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka.
किसे डाल दी बे? पानी में घुसा दी उसको.
We have very limited space to work with. Lula trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi.
यार APG नहीं यार.
Aurora is leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
But these guys have been playing the same game. I think it's the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry?
अरे घुसना पड़ेगा बे. उल्टा घुसना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, this is kind of unreal. At some point, I thought we'd move.
पर अपन जब घुसे
I mean, Sosnovka's still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Luna also took another casualty from STG on the backside, so they've called it quits and actually rushed over the bridge now into the mainland. Yeah, that's only a trio blank. Damage onto Yasser as well.
Well, Enigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Taking hell of a lot of damage. Will slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming.
मस्त जगह मिली बे एफएल को बस नंबर
3 eliminations.
फ्यूरिया को पास भी अच्छी है दोनों साइड के अच्छी है Tianba versus EO.
Go on. Give it some welly.
मार दे
Tiamba doing Tiamba things once again.
गुस्सा उसी छाल है भाई ये लोग इधर मार रहे उधर मार रहे
in the attic. Looking for a
पलक ने नॉक दिया इधर
but Falak with the distance
अबे क्या मारते भाई
Aking gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Moments cooking on his own to bounce down. Godlike.
Man, Godlike आ गई.
That's Manya just outside the window. Big pop-up pump.
माने नॉक मत हो.
So many teams crunching in.
क्या हो रहा है?
Good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one, just leaving Aking alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is an entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of two teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino still at high HP count, but
बुरा गया किसने बुरा? मान्या नॉक हो गया. ऐसा और को 2 किल कब हो गए बे? गई ना? यानवा गई. अरे देखा नहीं क्या?
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it.
अबे नहीं यार.
The turnaround, Mormon saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him. Quick decision, but not fast enough.
Nice one, nice one.
And Sume will save it. But at what cost?
इतना easy casualty क्यों ले रहे हो बे?
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down.
अबे ले यार ये टक रहा है. यार क्या है?
What a play from Mormon. The speed, the velocity. Straight in there. Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of fights so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
The Vitality from the top floor. Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry? Axel being shot in the back. A new challenge. It's Tora in the distance. And Jiggle is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak going to dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot.
Really good job, Razak. I think you have to make that play in that moment as well. You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the revive, get some respite in that location. So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and Forthrice after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida as well as Ulf now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG. And denied out by Nonshin Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Shot finishes.
Nonshin could push this. pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking too good right now. Neither is Vitality. Flipping into action. They lose a vehicle. Razy and Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as Fourth Rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third party by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between two strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions and shades of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the one elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Wolf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Solus. He tries to move around the corner. Still in play. Everyone's getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch around the side. Denying some of the sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the walls so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, I did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak. He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here.
Guys, we are live at kick.
Sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before. Getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
Tizzy tries his might. Rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force. But it does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Hello?
Blue is pushing Vitality forward. Swinging in
live at kick, bro.
On the same angle as Flash. Bro. How will they make this work? S2G, you were actually right. They had two hovercrafts.
No, YouTuber nahi currently kicker hai.
Keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up, though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, that. They're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Indian teams
Vitality do move over to the side, down over towards Fourth Rise, the shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold.
एक चीज देखो, निगमा गैलेक्सी अभी तक जिंदा है. 3-man वो भी zone के center. फलक knock.
अरे मेरा airburst are slightly too far.
S2G क्या कर रही है भाई? क्या कर रही है?
Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more
mistakes. भाई S2G भाई मस्त. दो aircraft लेके आएगा.
Shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime.
वो भी team का नाम ले रहा हूँ मर रहा.
To push the advantage. But it is majority of Fourth Rise doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy after their strange approach from the early game. Now going out slowly but surely, just Rauf as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in, stage 7.
Hurra मैंने रखा है देख 50 पे
Have
रखा है
been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they're taking some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on and say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone.
Okay.
A little bit more split
No fear
here,
की location
no
पता
fear
है
in the
क्या
back, trying to protect some Overwatch.
Maybe.
Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G after moving in and cleaning out
निग्मा का नाम लिया था निग्मा भी गई
and they find the final blow.
40 is,
40
you know, the 40 main best by Hora भाइयों.
Where S2G just launch him
मैं
out like
2
a
दिन
rocket
के
to
लिए
center
नेपाली रेसिपी
circle
नहीं करूँगा.
and leave him there on his own. This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's
Groza चला रहा है
T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
कितने
Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as Fourth Rise arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take
nice one! Crazy, must kill. Nice.
As he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and Fourth Rise will fall.
अबे बे एक गोली नहीं लगी उसकी.
DPS at distance, he's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear. There's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up.
अबे kill चोरी कर ले भाई, आप भी बता रहा.
Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish.
Nice, निकाल रहा
है. Nice.
I
support हो रहा
to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
भाई सपोर्टर्स है रे नेपाल के. कितने सपोर्टर्स है भाई.
Just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets, peppering the ground, picking up mud. Solke in the back lines. What's left out here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down Tops. Kamikaze is out and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
1v1 है guys.
1v1. No fear. Solke looking at both angles.
कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The battle of the solos to decide our second game chicken dinner.
अबे S2G के प्लेयर ने नहीं देखा उस पे.
No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is. Hamzy G finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information. Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus Fourth Rise into the last two teams. Zeus is just pushing for instant spot though.
Well played,
towards No Fear.
Well played, yaar, well played.
With all to do here. Flash, who had swept everyone aside. Solke, the last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
Swiss. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first, or will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Hits the peak up, bullets on target. Speed is so low, buckles under the pressure. That's the damage coming through as they lock it in. S2G, Kamikaze with the Kamikaze place towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Soke steps up, a lad that's been in the esport for the longest of time. He's still got it in him. Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
क्या बात है.
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us
रोटेशन नहीं देखा बे तुमने क्या था?
Smart rotation from start to finish.
क्या भाई कॉपीराइट वगैरह गिर गया क्या मुझे?
क्या हुआ?
The thing for me
लाइक
is
कम हो गए भाई.
Two matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
The quick reactions, dude.
लाइक कम हो गया अचानक से.
His eyes must be going two different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Yeah.
I think Horror,
like
honestly for them, yes, a tough fight versus 4th Rise, but you got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there.
Copyright बनने से likes
incredible
नहीं
finish
कम
of those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation in groups, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch, a lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. Feels like we're all on an equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first two games. And I'm here with our winners from game one, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just secured the win at the end.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo. Not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know their camping. So we'll see next games what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back, we were a little surprised that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight, so I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. He's got his eyes on you.
My name's Blank, and I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage, and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it.
क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे?
कुछ नहीं भाई, कुछ नहीं चल रहा. अब तो भाई मैच 3 होगा स्टार्ट. मैच 3 का प्रेडिक्शन तो दे दिया भाई मैंने. वाइटलिटी किया था मैंने कि रिफ्रेश करता हूँ. पिकला.
I'm in the room.
तो गाइस क्या करें अपन? Hey, hello mate, rich kid partner, 5k followers, 75 views, 25 subs and 250 chatters. I can help you with the process. Okay bro, we'll meet.
Yeah, some of my reaction score is pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Dukes?
I don't
कुछ
care.
तो करना ना.
Good.
5 hours की stream. Path to creator. कैसे करना गाइस? किसी को आइडिया है क्या? 2FA एनेबल करने का सीन.
बाय ये लगा क्या इसको कॉपीराइट? अबे भाई क्या हो क्या? मुझे देखने दो एक बार गाइस, मैं 2 मिनट बस ये कर रहा हूँ.
तो ये स्कैन करते हैं.
गाइस हमारे एक शॉर्ट वीडियो पे 6000 व्यूज गए. 6000.
नाइस.
Guys, yeah.
I gotta grind some more.
Wow,
but
7 got 7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there, TN, was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Aula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really nice. And the
But like
momentum
4
they were
points,
able
S2G
to
19
pick
points.
up on after, getting those hovercrafts. Very quick side note here, while we're on this fight, 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened because group stage, they were looking really solid, just not able to get that win. Here, the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last 2 games, I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
And for 4 Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Niptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up. I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, unfortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nongshim Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia.
I like to see that they
S2G 19, Team Flash 12, 4 Thrive 12, Furra 10, Nongshim 10, Vitality 8. यार थर्ड पे क्यों गई यार तू?
Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to
DM खेल लेते हैं.
Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stop the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that. In the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too, Nongshim is putting up those eliminations. But something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy.
Look how they're gonna play this. Looks like my driving. First of all, yeah. Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode and they have just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having two hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Enigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to third place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right? They
just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passioners that you were kind of talking about earlier. There is some things that we're starting to WC 20 that are currently on the second page.
But hey, again, I mean, place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right? They just look at the elements. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch.
Very early on, I think we've had that in both games now where there are these that I want to talk about.
There for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Enigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
It's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to third place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right? Gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passioners that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now where they're losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert.
let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have got G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft.
Return
Crazy plays and the sender of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very
Yeah,
impressive.
it's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm
Are
you
me
get
kela
that reference,
tha
right, but no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4th Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right.
Start हो रहा है guys match.
I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national gods as well as we get into this game, because it is going to be a lot
Guys, the angle start. Utsuka hai, Utsuka hai.
To watching the stage hits, to watching the interview, to break down.
Aditya, Indian teams को क्या हो गया है?
कुछ नहीं, बस ऐसा फर्क के ले रहे थे और वो ज़्यादा टाइम ना लगा।
Day 1 तो रहता है। इंडिया के लिए थोड़ा Day 1 रहता है बीटी वाला। देखते चलो।
To go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards
Alula,
the
Alula
halfway point.
Al-Ula. Ula.
Shooting range to start off down towards Novo.
Georgia City से जा रहा है भाई, Georgia City
very
से.
nice. I think most people get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on. He was saying that hey, this team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. Wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early.
12th पे, OG 15th पे, नहीं यार.
South side of the map on the west.
Yeah, you'd hope they'd be able
to. Yeah, Aurora versus Aurora हो रही है शायद.
That one here. Obviously, it was a nice start of game 1, but that didn't really translate over. Has meant there was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings, obviously for Tianba as well. Far quieter, it was 16 eliminations on their
Finals इतना exciting नहीं लग रहा है.
Added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though.
है ना आदित्य?
Individual plays as he was
नहीं लग रहा.
On Ronda.
जो group stage में हुए थे ना बहुत कभी.
क्यों पता क्या पता क्यों
बट ऐसा something early here from Aura and Aurora.
टॉप हर जगह
नहीं कर रहा हो.
हर जगह रहता है.
Owns this land. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very awkward play. We had a couple towards the end of survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for.
Spread okay खेले थे तो.
More normalized.
Zone भाई पूरा OG पे.
At least.
OGFL. Fight चालू. NGX versus IDA.
Versus Ida. No idea.
Ida बोलते हैं
by the way. Is actually very strange.
Ida.
I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but the context is crazy on it. The Ralph with the M249. Some good shots done. Actually, we're actually doing quite well here, but overlooking a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Second on side, Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here. Swain last left to face. And Ralph will get it done with the M249.
ओए भाई बैंड चालू है. Leo 40 पे आ गई.
Continue to come here.
वे क्या छुप के आ रही है 40 भाई.
Has dropped in this location for years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the
भाई यहाँ भी छुप के आ रही है और इंडिया में भी.
Never switch our hot drops. So it's never worth it to fight Nigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, 4th Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise. I actually love this.
Mate didn't see him on the angle. Fourth Rise spotting Lord. So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
You
do wonder, Fourth Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over by the Enigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over. Oh, cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249 looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out. Fourth Rise might look to back away from this one. Ralph, as well as Satan, to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what he does do, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your errand goals.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for Fourth Rise, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
40 up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DPS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of Fourth Rise will come into hold. Finds the first. Takes more damage though. Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1. And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the building. Church held.
Then
get the revive back on T24.
Let's go.
Well, Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be furious.
You win it twice. You win the hot drop twice back to back. It happens.
Idea eliminated.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go, this is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh, said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot. But Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Enigma Galaxy's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it. Now it's happened in finals. And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Enigma Galaxy's just going to challenge another team for their drop spot.
I mean, power knock finish.
They've held it the entire time.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move.
कहाँ finish हुआ भाई ये?
ये लोग दिखाते भी नहीं.
Going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
सौम्या है उधर.
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gatka, but they grab themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake, Yasnaya on the south side, on School, as well as Severny, shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops up tire.
अबे फोर्ट मार उतर एक तो उतर यार.
He can't come through here for repairs. He's got more bullets though.
मार.
Yeah, only 18 left. one in Eclipse, 17 in the hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players. Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out. Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalber. Big old mountainside. There is also... Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnaya too, so there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Aurora versus
Moment for the arena once again. Being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So a single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
Manya knock.
That's Vitality as
Manya
well,
finish.
with Razy hitting a very big blow back.
Arubi knock,
Godlike.
Arubi finish.
A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Off coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the nade. Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. Aaron comes in swinging. Oh yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Also deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up in Yazway. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
क्या हो गया आज टीम को? पंप नहीं है, लगता पंप नहीं है.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form.
पर ये पॉइंट पे पंप नहीं है ना, ये वो पॉइंट ही नहीं आता. होना चाहिए. मिड में तो रहना चाहिए लोगों
for the first 3 games.
बॉटम में रहेंगे तो फायदा ही नहीं है. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स कैसे जीतोगे?
Maybe keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy are absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26.
Aurora का rotation चालू हुआ.
They're able to earn 3.
ये कौन सा rotation दे रहे भाई?
After that
गाड़ी
last
दिलाने
game,
का.
on the first, I think they were got
गाड़ी
23
दिलाने
on that
का.
one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams
Zone तो है भाई.
as they push on in.
Zone तो है.
Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off.
Zone का
So
फायदा
you're
करो
going to
भाई.
have to move over towards that western side. Yasa
एडमिनो पूरा
pulled
घूम
away.
के आ रहा है.
Let's move for 4 thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula.
ये क्या अकेला घुस रहा है?
Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. good bounce on it,
Uta kya?
actually.
Nahi,
That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. And Falak just takes the
S2G
time.
no.
Here's the
Okay,
arc
bhai,
on that
S2G
one.
must
So
खेली हुए 2
want
match.
to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
Fine margins between this going wrong
Apna end mein
for
chicken
either
to
of these two teams in 4-5s in Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG
मत करो इसे
crossing
यार
past the
कुछ
crosshairs
यार.
of Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock
points
them if
निकालो
they
ना,
stay
finish
close
points
by.
निकालो ना थोड़े.
And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between
Admino
the
आ
two.
गया opposite
Double
side.
back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle, though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there, in fact. But it's like a case of Aurora holding the central
Aurora
spot. They
center
have a
है.
lot of 360
Chicken
vision,
है
but it's
Aurora.
very open.
क्या
Jack.
लगता है
It's a
वो
very,
OG
very
का
open
chicken
area,
निकल
a
सकता
little
है?
bit on fun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concrete
Hello?
that sit underneath them that end up being like
नहीं,
where you
no
play,
idea,
you
bro.
literally
थोड़ा
just lie down next
outskirts
to
पे
them,
है वो
try
लोग.
and set up vehicles. The
अबे
C-Bike
ये
Taxi
रपे
already
भाई.
sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
10 jigs गई.
Well, that's the last man from Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G.
Huh?
S2G possibly
Wow.
being collapsed upon as well by 4-5s. They fall next.
Wow, बहुत ज़्यादा third, fourth, fifth, sixth party पे हो गई. भाई क्या कर रहा है ये? क्या कर रहा है?
S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these three
S2G के भी fans है क्या?
from Aurora, though.
बाबू.
क्यों नहीं है भाई?
Game here.
ऐसा
Sits
क्यों
a
बोल
little
रहा
bit
है?
further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
अब एडमिनो इधर.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora if they can keep it up.
अरे nice try.
Fortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable
Nice try.
to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their
हाँ
mates
चलो
back
एक
up
और
and move
इंडियन
on
टीम
to
है
fight
ये
on
ऐसा
this
नहीं.
one. 4 of our squads out of the running into the third game so far.
Knock हो गया क्या?
Nongshim on the south side.
अरे यार मैं नहीं लाम ले रहा यार.
Teams there. Nongshim's just
40.
barge over towards
40.
OG.
Puta.
Tanky's already down.
Isn't it
Another
puta?
nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that. Second nade's a bit stronger though.
Nice
Aru
one.
now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a
अबे
nuisance.
किल चोरी हो रही है यार.
tops.
झुक के मार दो.
It's back and forth blows.
अबे
but
यार
Raycan
किल
still
चोरी हो रही है
being
यार
able to
अपने.
withstand. Uncomfortable for Nonshin, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower. It
you
keeps
know.
him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much overwatch.
He's in a bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of
सूर्या
his
किल
team.
ले रही है अभी अपने.
It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
वे सूर्या मारेगी.
He's Still trying to get an
मिल
angle.
गया kill मिल गया अरे फ्यूरिया के साइलेंस को kill मिल गया वो
Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the four squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive
zone गया low tough हो गया अभी tough फ्यूरिया के साइलेंस और एक मार दिया
Zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but
भाई एफएल को मारना पड़ेगा भाई मेरा गया
spot now. This is definitely redeemable city
भाई
here for Aurora.
क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
We just need to not see
Tianma क्या
them
खेल रही है
go for something silly again.
AGL फर्स्ट पे आ गए सेकंड पे आ गए टीम फाल्कन पूरा का जिगल गया स्लीप पे अकेला बाकी है 5 फर्स्ट एड स्लीप पे
other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We could all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now.
अरोरा आप भी खेल रही है अच्छा भाई बाद में क्या होगा क्या पता ये फलक भी गया
Make some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke. Over towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and Fourth Thrives in the arena on the northern edge.
Tianma का नॉक हो गया अबे एफएल किधर किधर झगड़े कर रही है अच्छा एफएल का रोटेशन चालू है क्या और मारले और को रिवाइव नहीं मिल सकता शायद
Actually hits on target. Great damage and they just keep on pumping in. Fourth Thrives are out. Yeah, I mean that's some massively long nades on that one.
बहुत रैपिड चालू है
Stringing them together as well, one after another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits.
Chief ने मारा नो
आतंकी नो try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Yeah. अभी कौन बचा है?
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where he's like, well, sorry guys, I ran out that time. I'll play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury, you need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards Fourth Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates. And they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup.
मिलू भाई को रोको यार.
To some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side, going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotting out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Going to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
I'm not sure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know someone's mover here, the pitter-patter of the footfall. Close the distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good air burst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines though will get sleepy. Over towards Bows. Top though is the one to refrag over towards that.
Aurora इधर भी मारेगी अभी ले नेट पिन रहेगा देखिए
इधर नेट. Radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side.
भाई ये कैसे ले non-stop firing चालू है non-stop firing. Left फुटा.
Burst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on A-King to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh, man. I think they just wanted to get the flush, at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. A-King's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. Molotovs, maybe a bit more damage done.
अबे डर नहीं रहे बे.
The nades should be good enough, so start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go to one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel, and should survive the second.
What?
So many nades though.
Wow.
And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and
Doc
shuts
is
one
sharky.
player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from 2 sides between this team.
जरूरत ही नहीं उनको भाई. वो देखते किसी को तो खत्म कर देते
The res on of E Arena. E Arena, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top of every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down Tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there, and it's hard to line up those nades past the side. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other 2 teammates
भाई अभी तो जिंदा है Vitality. ओजी का chicken. ओजी का chicken निकलता है.
Forward scout play in a buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry. Can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. The Arena making a massive swing. Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as A-King moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this? Oh, this is
अभी तक जिंदा है भाई रेज़क.
Raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back.
रेज़क भी गया.
Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they
चल
pop off
रहा
on
है.
that one against
क्या मैच चल रहा है अरोरा.
Shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on, and it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff.
अरोरा अभी तक जिंदा है. नेड़ा फुटे दो.
Send some nades in. Joseph has to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow. From that northern side, try not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in and just completely cleans them out. This guy has been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers.
Vitality भी गई.
Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left and the final fight begins to
have
have
itself
set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E Arena. As Tony K is knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes
क्यों नहीं गिरा पा रहे आज ये लोग?
अरे वो बस वो उस दिन का पहला राउंड था.
Still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. He goes down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Isla as well as Chief to stand up tall. The Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had more, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. The Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E Arena in the near future though.
As he go down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a
अच्छा
deficit to
जगह था रे
make this one uncomfortable?
अरोरा के पास कितना अच्छा जगह था
Eagles, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Oh man, don't use that on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Eagles. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally the play zone takes him out and Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line and have to rely on your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving her back the worst information in the world, but... Yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of... scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
Just dashing them out. He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's happy to drive into it, though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round, right?
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
This is PMWC here at EWC. There's been an end game. There has been an end game. Eagles confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
Pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now. Ooh,
he actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. He's towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on.
But
a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really? Good game from E-Arena. I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. Whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what E-Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird endgame.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in your face.
Because I do think that for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer.
ये थाईलैंड की टीम है ये थाईलैंड की
With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. It was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed. That's where they are. You dead, Isla? That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
अरे बहुत कम है यार 3 मैच में तो बहुत ही कम है यार
But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
No, absolutely. I think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
Honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo
Yeah.
mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there. But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So
absolutely.
It was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a
Sure.
little moment with the boys over on the stage, and we'll be back real soon.
मान्या मार क्या हो गया इंडियन टीम
Powers here at PMWC 20.
वो फाइनल्स में आके कुछ तो हो जाता है
Polaris and Neptura. And we're
ये
playing
कौन है
around
गेम बोर्ड
with
गेमिंग
hot drop darts.
Oh, we're going to be getting stuck
सुन
into the
रहा हूँ
ball,
ये क्या
hopefully.
बकचोदी
Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take. So let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
हे हॉटी बाय गाइड ले लेना
It's on the
Pendirect.
board.
All right,
Very
let's
much.
shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kilaris up to the back. Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
This is good. This is good. There you go, James. There you go.
Shuffle in.
You don't hit me, please.
हॉटी गाइड ले लेना क्या हाँ क्या देखते हैं सात बजे होंगे ना मैच छोड़ो बस आशीर्वाद आटा पण गेला आशीर्वाद आटा बोलतात
Yo, I'm back. क्या चोक किया है इंडिया ने इंडियन प्लेयर्स ने
ऐसा दया भी कहा था तो तुम देख क्या था मैं
देखते भाई अच्छा तो खेल रहे थे यार स्टार्टिंग में। एस्पावर मरा कैसे? इंडियन इसमें दिखा है क्या? देखो, लेट्स सी। कैसे मारे भाई इधर? रुक रुक, एस्पावर कैसे मारा वो नहीं दिखाएगा? क्यों भाई? इधर जो सौम्य हागा है ना, सौम्य बहुत गंदा हागा है इधर। गलत चालू है भाई, गलत। जय माता दी भाई, जय माता दी। ये अरीना 19 पॉइंट्स, फ्यूरिया 14। क्या विषय भाई, इतना क्यों वीक खेल रही है इंडियन टीम्स?
गॉड लाइक तो एकदम नीचे ये मैच रैंकिंग में।
लास्ट में है भाई गॉड लाइक तो।
जी ने 2 पॉइंट निकाले, वो भी प्लेसमेंट के होंगे शायद, एलिमिनेशन के होंगे।
क्या लगता है कितने पॉइंट्स आएंगे एंड ऑफ द डे में?
मेरी तो होप से चली गई है। 10-10 पॉइंट निकाल लिए तो भी बहुत हो गए भाई ये लोग। तो ये दिमाग में है मेरे।
3 मैचेस देख, अभी 3 मैचेस है।
निकलेंगे 10-20 ही निकलेंगे। जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे हैं वो भी इम्पॉसिबल लग रहा है अभी।
अगर 20 पॉइंट भी निकले तो शायद डे 2 में अगर स्टार्ट अच्छी की, रोंडो में अगर 20 पॉइंट निकल तो फिर हो सकता है, तो नहीं ये तो इम्पॉसिबल है भाई, इम्पॉसिबल।
बट यार इशू ऐसा है ना कि बेंच स्मैश रूल है ना, वो बहुत दिमाग खराब करेगा। हाँ ना अप्लाई करता हूँ।
Stage, right? We
बहुत
saw them
ज्यादा
just doing
बज
just
रहे
enough
थे
to get
अपन,
into the top
पता
5,
है क्या?
just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing
Aurora
the team that
unstoppable
we're
हो चुकी
used
है।
to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually
भाई
played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team. And Rifus, we've seen some really cool off angles from them. So very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember, earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him. But 4 kills out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. And the best way to describe it is what you said, Intro. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Y'all two had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still sleeping right now. He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to the Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba Tian, but right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this
Difficult
team,
लग रहा है भाई.
if you want to give the mic to Lace,
Tian
they're
का भाई
currently
मिलू
putting up those
रुक ही
numbers,
नहीं रहा.
Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it obviously today, but then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, it's none other than Nangshem. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles. I like it. They're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower. He had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight, and send down. Hopefully come out on top, but they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrive take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on them, trying to get a few limbs, and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Fourth Thrive knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking the driver's license away.
This big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh, yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight. For those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tianba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down into the finer details. Okay, so I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay.
Hello guys.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends. Yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The post, buggy, and so different maps. So it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well.
Crazy.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer. It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know.
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. You know, depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And he's right. The P90 is where it's at.
Start. Match start हो रहा है. Match start हो रहा है.
In the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through. Some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up. That was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it. The last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. He said, domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on
बोला है क्या ऐसा S-Power बोला है क्या
you want to see coming through.
Domination begins.
They do want to try and push a little bit
Dikhte
further
bhai
on those
domination.
tables, try and get in the competition.
Let's go.
For those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a
Smash point system is not fair, bhai. Such a
uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Let's go.
You're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy.
अब हो रहा है यार, स्टार्ट कर दे यार,
बकचोदी बंद करो. Promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you can put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like,
कैसे हो भाई तुम लोग?
Get one.
Top
And this
को
is
देख.
what these teams have been hunting for. They've been looking all year
Top
long to get here.
Top peak है ये godlike वाले.
अभी सुना नहीं क्या कास्टर ने क्या बोला?
क्या
बोला? S-Power अभी जस्ट इसको मिला, वो बोल रहा है डोमिनेशन बिगिंस.
क्या है?
S-Power ने उसको अभी बोला मैच के पहले ये वाले.
They're not messing around. They're
Domination
going to take
begins.
full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them
आतंकी
get
ने
a
भी
chicken
बोला
dinner.
देखो.
We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well.
Aurora का ये मस्त है
It's
बे.
just really about that
Jacket
consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day. John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change.
Change
For
होगा
me,
guys, change होगा.
I feel like
Point
Nick
table
the
change
Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Eden made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of, it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked 4th Thrive's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4th Thrive's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo, he's hiding in a corner, you don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, the Galaxy players, walk by IDA players. They kind of have some exchanging of words, and I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals. I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, IDA, and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out IDA, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
Hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드폭스의 엑지입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, 피지입니다. 프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다. 하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠. 저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠. 이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다. EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오! 연습반이네 완전.
아유 17살 का है वो यूनबिन
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다. 대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다. 아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location. And if we may have a 4th, a 5th, or maybe even more teams, perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? Oh, man. I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Aaron Gale of day 1 of the finals. Let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage, of course. Every single team
same flight
would as well. Plane path on the west side of the mainland here, coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base. And it will be going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hora out early over towards Severny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
Please,
I
Gordon,
kinda
please,
am.
bhai,
You know what?
please.
I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're gonna see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed
Top
in that
5
direction.
top MVP है शायद grand finalist.
Very, very interesting. I will say though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards.
यार वो रहता ही है top कहीं ना कहीं रहता ही है.
I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation.
वापस
We're
rough
not
fight
going
है.
to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No! Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad.
क्या counter attack है भाई.
For this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far.
What's 2 points?
If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you could conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
Yeah,
you're down a player. You don't get the loot truck. You don't get any. You're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know? Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve. And you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin. Get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiamba's been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long.
आज अगर नहीं हुआ तो नहीं है, फिर कल भी नहीं होगा।
That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick. And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot, Godlike. Would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a widespread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner.
Hello.
I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One day could be dangerous.
Put up.
And the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forward. And he takes it. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots? Nades that just turn the fight in their direction. This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map, like the back of your hand, it's going to pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4thrives are going head-to-head.
Free Fire था बे.
4thrives are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato
NS versus 40 भी चालू है.
Grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this.
OG zone में गई. Rotation दे दिया.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out. Just leave.
ले
and another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those four points early on is just insane.
Finish होगा क्या उर्रा का?
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing sings as Coops.
ले भाई तीसरी बार वो भी बोल रहा है रे क्यों आ रहे?
4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. 4thrives lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned.
left से rotate किया
We got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position.
And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming. Oh, the one rock. You got to hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100% look.
Yeah.
No way,
I think we're going to go here, guys.
He's going to do it again. Okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the 4th Riot and Nonchalant Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to block, it seems pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for 4th Riot. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality. For the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on their northwest side. Vitality.
Southern shift here. Big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the Southern Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? This zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz. That would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality, right? So
you're right.
They're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Alola to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alola. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Nick McGalaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain. Like in the meantime,
भाई माने ने नॉक फिनिश दे दिया बे
get bits out to Aurora, and it seems that they are going to be
able to take
at least one.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में क्यों choke कर रहा है
The nade looks good. Puts it all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aurora going to have to
अबे वो फ्लैश के पीछे
go
भाई
up
वो
pretty
ईए
early
के
here
पीछे
this
चल
game.
लग
Only
गए
one single player up. See what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes on to Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Prediction तो किसका chicken है?
Absolutely.
Bold
Just
strategy.
Little tap on the tree. You know.
Tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there, saying hi, and then
make sure it's secure.
and then proceeding to unleash lead into the hillsides around him.
मैं जो बोलूँगा वही होगा
with
तो.
that P90. Team Flash. Getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them.
There they go, they're battling it again. On top so far with that knock on a Razak. Here you can see Zol driving around trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's godlike on the other side. Yeah, it's too dangerous. Vitality needs to disengage this as their 6 is not covered. But Crazy is driving up close and personal. Giving an opportunity for
caster ने बोला
and yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier. But that third party from
भाई टॉप नहीं रुक रहा भाई टॉप कब से मार ही रहा है ए बाहर
नेड a little bit, but now they're down to 2
फूटा
and Vitality
Godlike नहीं लेना
चाहिए they're not ideal. Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not
ये टॉप नहीं हो रहा
भाई चल तो मैं भाई चलो मारो अरे भाई ये
क्या बे खत्म S2G खत्म TNBA बहुत फॉर्म में भाई ये क्या कर रहे हैं भाई
third knock over towards Tiamba, but
भाई
now
किसके नेट से
everybody
फूटा
has
ये
been
एटीओपी के नेट से फूटा क्या
हेलो
मैं दोनों इंडियन टीम मार रहे हैं
to put the pressure on this triple knock.
चालू हो गई है
भाई आजा यार एक दो आओ ना थोड़ा तो आ गया एटीओपी
QZ in the center of it.
नेड़ा है
And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Another nade from Top doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick, not able to flex out, didn't quite have the angle.
Top!
Oh, Top just about behind
बहुत
the
गंदा
concrete
बचा
there
Top
to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until
किल निकालना ना कोई तो अभी
nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of
तो यार इतना क्यों पैसिव खेलते हैं मुझे वो ही नहीं पसंद यार आगे आके लो ना खेले
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can.
वो ही नहीं
No
पसंद है
standing up
मुझे
for
ओजी
me.
का
It's straight hit the deck time
आगे
on the
फ्री
side
में
of
किल्स
Top.
मिल
But
रहे
hey,
तो
you know
भी नहीं
what? That's
आएंगे
good, right?
भाई
He's got a
इधर
good position in zone. They're pretty
और
high up on
डरते
the
क्यों
leaderboard,
मुझे
so they
पता
can just
नहीं
kind of
भाई
hang on, get
तो
some placement
फ्यूरिया को
points.
जोन ही नहीं है बे किधर
Meanwhile, I mean,
हर जगह
Tiamba
बंदे
on a
भाई हर
tear,
जगह
7 eliminations. Fortunate for them, they're able to get everybody back up here, and they're in a solid position.
अबे
in the
भाई
circle.
पोल के
Now
क्या
let's
मार
talk
रही है
about Igor hopping out the vehicle here,
आखिरी
getting
पोल के
punished
टॉप
by
10
Irina
7th
for it.
पोजीशन पे
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate. They're just going to be down to Chief, the other 2 players down on the hillside. Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on this their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations. They have done phenomenal stuff.
अब भी घुस रहा है
They're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates
अभी
around
तो
them
घुस
is
जाओ
going to
यार
be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as
ओह क्या नेड किया बे
thread the needle, but Irina
Mormon.
just gonna roll it down. Mormon over the
कहाँ
top.
से कहाँ
Doesn't
फेंका
even
है?
need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail.
में जाके
Tony
बैठ जाएगा वो।
K sees to it.
पड़ रही है
He's going to
मान्य
get
मार
backed
रहा
off by
है
a third party. I think that might be orangutan chiming in.
अबे
And now Tops
मान्य
has to
इधर
head to
क्या
the
कर रहा
air
है
drive, so no one
अकेले
real to go for him.
ये कौन सा
Hyunbin
स्प्लिट है भाई
finally bites the
अबे
dust. The
फोल
last
की
player
देख
alive for Nongshim Red Force.
6 finishes
Irina put some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that.
अबे मुझे
circle.
40 वर्सेस ये
There's a
देखना है
lot
बे
of open field in
God,
this
like-
zone, and now you're gonna see 4 thrives.
खत्म
6
4
eliminations so
टाइम
far. Balak with 2. Zypher
Gordon
with
किधर है?
3.
It's keeping Russell good.
Oh my!
14th पे
I
भाई
just saw
मैप में तो
Are you
मैप
kidding
तो
me?
मैप में तो
Big
उधर है
Galaxy, they'll
अपना
take that all day long,
वो
right?
ऊपर
Hey,
घर
you know
रहता है
what?
ना
Sometimes
स्क्वाड
you gotta get a
स्टॉप
little
ऊपर
reward
घर
for
रहता है
those
अपोजिट
crazy
साइड
high drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
रिच के इधर वाला
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being.
मान्य इधर
For
नीचे
them,
कर रहा है
I
कुछ
feel
तो
like
ये
a
के
good
साइड में
strategy is to start scouting the other side of the
अभी
river now. though. I feel
गॉर्डन
like
और
we
रोजी
need to get
बाथरूम
someone
में
in
जाएंगे ना
fast. The difficulty, of course, is the 4 thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there.
दोनों इंडियन टीम
Move over to
जिंदा
the
है
bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've
पर
got to find a
दोनों को
coastal
5 नहीं
position
लेने की
on that riverbank. And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a
कुछ
bleed out
इनिशिएटिव
for
नहीं
the
ले रहे देखना
Galaxy.
कुछ
The
इनिशिएटिव
placements
नहीं
aren't really going to be enough.
ट्रेड
Top
देना
है
नहीं चाह रहे हो टॉप है
There as Aurora lose their final.
Ligma
बॉडी का
Galaxy
चिकन है
Not stay in for too much longer.
बॉडी का चिकन है
Get crashed on.
Here they go. Irina not messing around here, just full sending
Full
in
power,
non-stop
40 full
aggression from
power.
this team.
come on 40
It's been paying off so far.
Come
That's why
on,
you lead them on top.
40.
Mormon hopping on out.
You
Trying to
can
hit
do
that
it 40
blink shot on Hazaifa. Hazaifa's
You
really
are the only
hurt.
one
Great
40
teamwork
nice
so
one
far.
40 nice one
Picking up.
Well
बढ़िया
played,
भाई 40 भाई बढ़िया भाई
Hazaifa has been so
अरे
difficult to
हुज़ैफा
deal
बोल
with,
रहा
but Irina, the
हुज़ैफा
only
को
team to be able
हुज़ैफा
to take him down, and it took
So
at
मैंने
least
एक
3
knock
of them.
निकाला
Tony K goes down
निकाला है
with
क्या
him,
किसका
but
नॉक
10
निकाला ये
eliminations
का
now for Irina.
Furia.
Very possible to get this res.
Furia का
This
कोई
is the
knock तो नहीं
chance
है
though
भाई
for Nick
यही
McAllister.
यही चांस है गॉर्डन और रोजी का
Just
क्लाइम
getting over.
करने
Coops
का
is
अगर
looking to
आज
join
क्लाइम
in.
नहीं
This
की
is
तो
the
फिर
perfect
जीजिए
opportunity.
खत्म है भाई
Whilst
नहीं
these
हो
teams on the
अबे
east
कुछ नहीं
are
कर रहे भाई ओजी वाले भाई
preoccupied, a little bit
बल्टो घर
slow
बांध दो
to
भाई
get the third party, but it is a good first
कुछ
step.
नहीं किया
I
आजू
like
बाजू
what they've
20-30
been able to
फाइट
do
हो
there.
गए
We've
कुछ नहीं
seen
किया
counterpointed
Three
river
man
cross
है,
positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping
पता
they
है
can leverage
एक्सपीरियंस
that
लैग
here.
कर रहा है भाई और कुछ
A
नहीं
little
लैग
bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like third party did as well. Moved a little bit further. Been fairly safe from Tiamba.
जिसको experience चाहिए,
but they hold
क्या कहते हैं
inside.
उनका एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है जिनको गन पावर चाहिए उनका
One
गन
thing I've
पावर
noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. It's just kind of surprising to see OG
ये वुल्फ वाले बहुत परेशान कर रहे हैं
Then Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't
मंत्रो
able to even think about getting that
अरे
third party. But
अगर वो
because of
उतार
that
देता ना
fight, it opened the door for
भाई
them
मैं
to at
इसकी
least
सेंसी
make that
मानता
safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking
क्या
about.
नाम है इसका
So let's
कैच
see how they're able to capitalize onto
Catch.
it though.
Yeah.
As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams
कितने टीम है 7 टीम है ना
get out, trying to figure
देख
out.
सबसे पहले वाइटलिटी मरेगी फिर उसके बाद निग्मा मरेगी
नहीं पहले सबसे पहले ये मरेगी टियानमा
We're going
मरेगी
to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or
नहीं
so.
निग्मा गैलेक्सी मर सकती है भाई निग्मा को आने का है
Like, try and keep their ridge line in play.
बता रहा हूँ ना
This is the
वाइटलिटी
replay of the
मरेगी
roll up. Okay, this is when Irina
ये
crashed
क्या हो रहा है ये क्या हो
on
रहा है
towards fourth rise.
Hey,
Very
nice.
quickly there to Joker.
ओए क्या नॉक था
घुमा भी मेरे कितने जल्दी 100 में के दो
Well, the flying vehicle launched
आ
over
रहे
the
आ
top. The bunny rabbits
अरे
pound on
पहले
into your
गॉडलाइक चली गई
sightlines.
तो
He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle though comes in Jukes. And it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on
अरे
the
भाई
road.
भाई मान्य भाई नेड़ खींचा वो
Like a putting pressure on.
वे क्या सोच के जा रहे भाई क्यों जा रहे हो यार अरे यार ले यार खेलते बैठते यार भाई
They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position.
आतंकी ने मारा भाई लो अपने ही अपनों को मार रहे हैं
Trying to smoke some things out by
चलो
his
फूटा
teams. Sometimes it's going to be up to him and Edmino though.
क्या सोच के जा रहे हैं भाई नहीं दिख रहा क्या आंखों में क्या है क्या भाई
Unfortunately for them though, it's outside a circle. Yeah, so now
अरे उनको एंड में भी फिर भी जाना ही
position to get
मार नॉक
मारा भी नाइस फिनिश दे भाई फिनिश तो दे दे यार
Unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly placed.
ले नेड़ा है हिलेगा भी नहीं हो जगह से
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have
इतना
been
ओपन खेल रहे थे ये देख
S-Power gets across.
नीचे कितनी जगह थी
Just get some healing started as well, but that blue zone
ये
pressure
और
coming
OG
through. We're looking at OG
compromise
and
जगह पे ही
Irina.
जाए
अगर OG टियानमा पे डालेगी तो फिर
Also having to
GG
make
है
moves in the meantime, Jukes.
अरे
Move in from this east edge. Tiamba are going to have to move. There is a lot of teams that
क्या लगता है
have to
गॉडल
make
किधर मूव
some
करेगी
difficult decisions now,
Gordel.
and OG are making it right now. They're going to
देखिए
roll
ओपन
straight
करेगा
15
forward, try and get dead center here and contest with the Galaxy on the
कोई
coastline
नहीं
in the
उतरा भाई
vitality sideline as
अबे
well.
मस्त जोन मिला भाई क्रेजी
Three of them.
भाई ये मस्त डिप है निग्मा गैलेक्सी को देखो नीचे जाओ जाओ मारो मारो
Great IQ of a
क्या बोला भाई
rotation.
पहले निग्मा
One
गैलेक्सी
little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it to get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade he's done.
नीड कर रहे शी
Oh, able to get the heal off and now get some
अच्छा नीड
shots
तो मैं करूँ भाई
downrange.
तुमको बोला हूँ निग्मा ऐसे नहीं मर सकती
Joker right there next to him though.
सबसे
अबे
पहले वो
क्या
मरेगी
Safety.
वाइटलिटी
No, he gets
थाईलैंड की
knocked.
टीम है
And
भाई
Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that third
अरे
immediately.
OG ये ओपी क्या नाच क्यों रहा है
कहाँ मारा ये
2-2 split.
ओपन में जाके नाच रहा है भाई
That was
ये कहाँ
insane
मारा भाई
for Coops to be able to
भाई
do
डिप
so
में
much
था ना
damage on that
डिप से
angle.
निकल के
He
नाच रहा
really
था
held Ralph in the game there.
ये
And
ले
then leaving
टियानमा
Enigma
मारी
Galaxy on
टियानमा
three.
कब से वो जगह पे 4-man स्टैंडिंग है
The center as well. They are now down.
कोई कुछ
Just
कर ही नहीं
as
रहा
the Arena
उनको
make the same mad dash. The mad crash.
अबे ये देख
Tianba will not work
अरे
out for them. And
अबे टियानमा को नहीं रोक पाया भाई कोई
The Arena evaporated and they end up feeding.
अरे
them
ये
the
अरीना
beast
मर गई
that
चलो
is
एक
Tianba. They
प्रेडिक्शन
did
गलत
put some
हुआ
good
लेकिन
points
इसके
on
बाद
the board for
वाइटलिटी
them,
मरेगी
and I love to see that aggression.
वाइटलिटी का
Let's see
चिकन है
if
भाई
Tiamba though can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck.
वाओ
Oh, now with those
Wow.
timelines just polishing up. I mean, they have this position locked down.
He
अबे
needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress
Admino
it.
kill नहीं
No,
देगा
not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there.
मालूम जा रहे वो तकलीफ
Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush
Wow,
of the
दे
godlike
दिया
as well.
kill
Another
पीछे क्यों
nade
नहीं
over
रुका
towards
भाई
Tiamba.
जब का
They're
लगा
getting caught in the crunch. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging
वो
Arena.
गलती कर दी
They're
आगे
challenging
जाके
Tiamba.
आतंकी
Doing a lot on the
फिनिश
eastern side. Enigma Galaxy
नीचे से आके मार गया अपने को
moment.
नीचे से आके
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They
टाइम
understand the
था इन
situation.
पे
Hey, we
पता है
gotta push up. We
जल्दीबाजी
can't just
करती
sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit though. The circle is coming.
अरे
The
फोर थीव्स
circle
का
will
अरे
push
भाई
these
साहब फोर
teams
थीव्स तो
out.
टॉप
So you
6 में
want
आ
to make
गए
sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they started to
तीन
hold
में के
on
दो
to those
कैसे मारे
nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on Aaron. That's their biggest threat right now.
catch though with the response over to QZZ, and it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player, and it is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy. The transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What इतना गंदा नहीं सोचा था बे मैंने तो
getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out
मैंने सोचा था मिड में टॉप 5 में एंड
beautiful
करेगी ठीक है चलेगा
fashion. And now, with this fortunate zone shift, are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tianba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tianba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to
right में देख
well from their cover on that south
अबे right देख
The Solus not see Sundown right there in that corner. He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Oath are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against two duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Oh! First, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Are on the hunt, downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seats.
कम खेला बहुत
Just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We love to be able to see that building so strong all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tianba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula.
Need वगैरह कुछ नहीं मान्य क्यों घुसा उधर
Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn.
Lack of information था भाई.
Tianba could go the full distance. They did get shut out. And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance in the group stage, but it is looking pretty powerful on multiple fronts.
It's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? We got to talk about it. Is Arena just straight aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of elimination. Don't get to chicken dinner, but when you get that many elims, it's a good game.
Brand new day,
brand new day.
Over the ridgeline worked out well for them, and again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party look-ins coming on through. And yeah, for Arena, it's a good result. It's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables. To keep them, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. Check that, but you can find out. Is Kalaris down on the stage with the Arena?
I'll try my best, John. Yes, that's right. Arena looking fantastic so far. So let's ask them a few questions about the game here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นในเกมนั้นครับ
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็ดูว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they're approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they're winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust coming into the finals of PMWC?
खेलना पड़ता है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए
ในกรุ๊ปสเตจอะเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ Survival Stage อะฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มเหมือนครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. Like,
Pubg
so we
should
are
take
here to
fights
like to
good.
win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point, so that's no different. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more PMWC in just a moment.
Na 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 na. अजी गोरी किस
से मेन चीज क्या है कि स्मैश रूल है तो अगर बाय चांस अपने मैचेस खराब भी जाते हो
चलो इससे अच्छा बैठ के मैं कोई गेम खेलूं भाई
लास्ट डे पे कमबैक मार के भी हो सकता है
सही में
भाई वही स्मैश रूल की वजह से अपने को ये नहीं करना पड़ेगा फिर अपन लास्ट डे पे भी कमबैक दिया ना तो हो सकता है अपना
पर देना चाहिए ना उन्होंने कुछ तो करना चाहिए
सेकंड डे अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा
सेकंड डे भी नहीं लास्ट के 2 मैच भी अच्छे खेलने पड़ेंगे एक अच्छा मिड पे आना पड़ेगा और टॉप 10 में तो आना पड़ेगा उन लोगों को एक टीम तो आ जाए भाई ऐसा फिर टॉप 5 एंड कर लो कि ठीक है भाई चलेगा
मेरा मार है ना रे क्या लगता है किसका चिकन
हाँ
है
मेरा मार मुझे तो पर्सनली 4 थीव्स का लग रहा है आटा चुराने आए ईडब्ल्यूसी का
लाइक कर दो गाइस आई लव यू
बट
टू
यार
ब्रो
मैं फिर भी ये पूछना था आटा चुरा के
नोंगशिम का चिकन लग रहा है सेकंड मुझे लग रहा है सेकंड कौन रह सकता है सेकंड फ्लैश या वाइटलिटी का अच्छा भाई
साहिल भाई से पूछो साहिल भाई अच्छे से बताएंगे अपन को
फोर्थ
किसका चिकन है
होप डू लाइक गाइस
फोर्थ थ्राइव्स ये कौन सी टीम है ये कौन सी टीम है
भाई साहब
यार बट मैं फिर भी तुमसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आटा चुरा लोगे पर रोटियां बनाने के लिए पानी चाहिए ना
ये पॉइंट्स का क्या कर रहे थे 100 पॉइंट्स मिलेगा इस मुझे इधर
पॉइंट को रिडीम करके पाकिस्तान को आटा दे
अरे पर आटा लेके क्या करेंगे रोटियां बनाने के लिए पानी चाहिए भाई
एजीएल फर्स्ट पे क्लब रैंकिंग में मैं अपनी ये गॉडलाइक किधर है भाई ये गॉडलाइक और ये हाँ आ गई 25th पे आ गई ऊपर आ गई
भाई इधर कुछ तो बकचोदी दिखा रहे हैं
अबे टीम लिक्विड में मैग्नस कार्लसन है भाई चेस के लिए
ये
बहुत टाइम लेते हैं भाई
कल लगती है
नेक्स्ट का देखते हैं
14 plus 15
John Allen, yes, that's right.
एकदम ऐसा होल्ड कर रखा है
Never in India, let me show you guys.
मतलब वो पोजीशन उनको छोड़नी है
He's from here, Paris.
ओजी वालों ऐसा खेलने से अच्छा तो जाके गॉडेल से मर जाते हैं उनको कुछ पॉइंट्स तो मिलते, बहुत एमपी करते रहो। मैं चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ इधर।
Here in Paris representing India and Indian flag के साथ मेरे को उतारा है।
अब पता है
क्लब
क्या
रैंकिंग पे अपन आ गए।
चैट चल रहा है ना उसमें
So
साले
much of detailing, man. From India to
पाकिस्तानी भी
Paris,
हैं उसमें
watch party with the
और
world.
साले ऐसा
We got
डिस्कस
hitting
कर रहे हैं
431K viewership. Dream, believe, grind, achieve. This is just the beginning.
करंटली हमें करना भी चाहिए, कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे अपन।
Thank you so much यार, means a lot भाई। अभी just नीचे मिले मेरे को भाई, उधर बैठे हुए थे। जब नीचे जा रहा
अरे सस्ता सस्ता सा सेट लाते हैं भाई, कुछ महंगा वाला तब मैं पैसा लगाऊं बीजीएमआई में। 3-4 रुपए वाला सामान लाते हैं।
एक और इरेंगल बचा है।
हैं?
अरे कहाँ से एक और इवेंट
दो मेरा मारा बाकी है भाई।
ये बोला ना जॉनी अभी।
कौन जॉनी? वो एक कास्टर
हो गई होगी।
हाँ
तो पीछे ही गए थे।
अच्छा, उसके हाइलाइट्स कह रहा है। मैच
2 3 एंगल हो तो गए।
मेजी को कास्टिंग दे दी।
हैं? मेजी कास्टिंग कर रहा है?
हाँ
भाई ओशन और इसको रखो बैंक की बोट को कास्टिंग पे, मस्त करते दोनों।
अबे पता है ये 4 कास्टर है ना, इसमें से बस वो मैक्स क्या नाम था, मैक्समैन कास्ट, बस वही सही लगता है। ये साले तीनों के तीनों बेटा है।
मेजी अच्छा कर रहा है भाई।
इसकी तरफ से और
अबे कास्टिंग बढ़िया कर रहा है ना, लेकिन ये सब अभी सब डायरेक्ट
कास्टर्स एक बार फिर से आ चुके हैं भाई। मेजी कीजिए कुछ।
देखिए मैंने
मेजी
किया
कुछ
ये
कीजिए
मैच
भाई।
में मैंने बोला था चिकन डिनर निकालेंगे। उन्होंने चिकन डिनर
साला
नहीं निकाला,
ग्रुप
so I'm
ग्रुप स्टेज के टाइम बॉर्डर लोग कह रहे थे कि
काला?
बैकग्राउंड में कैंप कर रहे थे।
आर्ट को लेकर उसमें थोड़ा और ऐड ऑन नहीं कर रहे।
मुकाबले आ चुके हैं हमारे ई अरीना की, थोड़ी और डिस्कशन कर लेते हैं बिकॉज़ दे आर सिटिंग एट द टॉप ऑफ द लीडर बोर्ड। एक चिकन डिनर निकाला उन्होंने। आज का परफॉर्मेंस काफी अच्छा नजर आ रहा है। इनफैक्ट शुरुआत
काला
टर्निके को हम जानते हैं, काफी प्रसिद्ध
Like
खिलाड़ी
कर
रह
दो
चुके हैं,
guys।
इज हिस्टोरिक लेगेसी प्लेयर। बट इस मुकाबले में, इस प्रतियोगिता में इनफैक्ट जोकर ये काफी अच्छा खेलते हुए हमको नजर आए। आपके क्या थॉट्स हैं अभी तक ई अरीना के रन के बारे में, और क्या सही कर रहे हैं ये? मेजी आपसे स्टार्ट करेंगे।
देखिए मैं तो बस ये कहूंगा कि सर्वाइवल के साथ साथ वो
कब है
फाइट
यार
लेने में
मैच भाई?
हिचकिचाहट नहीं दिखाई दे रही है। जहां पर भी
750
उनको
को।
फाइट मिल रही है
अबे
वहां पर उस फाइट
750
को
को मैच है।
एग्जीक्यूट किया जा रहा है। आप सोचिए कि सामने टीम फ्लैश थी, पीछे टीम गॉडलाइक थी,
कितने पे?
दोनों टीम के साथ
750।
एक साथ उन्होंने फाइट ली।
भाई
उसके
ऐसा है
बाद
ना,
वो
सुनो,
आगे गए, वहां पर 40 से
मैं
मुलाकात
एक
हुई,
राउंड
उसके बाद
मार के आ
गैलेक्सी
जाता हूँ
से
पूरे
मुलाकात
शहर
हुई।
का।
जो पोजीशनिंग उनके पास
हाँ
थी,
ना
वो
भाई।
चाहते तो थोड़ी देर के लिए रुक भी
मैं
सकते
नहा
थे,
के आ
पर
जाता
जितनी
हूँ
उनको
भाई।
फाइट मिली है उतनी फाइट उन्होंने एग्जीक्यूट करी है। भले
अबे
ही
इतना
Good
क्यों
to
लेट
see.
दे रहे
Finally,
हो?
good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on two teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game.
Most
too.
important, you all need Arta first.
A little bit on
Wow.
the counter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation. Or maybe you could say a bad rotation from Nong from Red Force, where they catched them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know, for Thrives right, Nipchua, if they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did. And Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So for Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to watch for Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to watch for Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Did you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been
Really early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for
मैं
the
तो
team.
रहने दो, मैं
So
प्रोटीन
for
बार खा
him to
लेता
go
हूँ।
out early, yes, Huzaifa's
बस
able
इसके
to
बाद मैं
clutch,
डिनर करूंगा प्रॉपर
but
हेवी।
you know,
तो प्रोटीन बार
T24 they need a fourth player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during
अपन
groups
Indian
as
restaurant में
well,
जाके
then he was
proper
able to
dinner
pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big, big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like keeping up those sort of
क्या हो रहा है
eliminations. It's
भाई
also
क्या हो रहा है
eerie.
आज
Like we sort of like look at these two powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these two teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I think it was Enigma Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this
To get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off. So we're actually going to be looking at a comparison between one and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very, very consistent. It's been back-to-back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy.
कि ओजी का पहला अच्छा मुकाबला जो था वो मीरामार पे ही रहा था, बट गॉड लाइक इनसे क्या उम्मीद लगाई जाए अगले जो 2 मैप्स हैं उन पे, कुछ गॉड लाइक
इसी के साथ ही
That score is very familiar. We saw that score last year at the same
Magnus Carlsen wins it. Whereas
and he can defend his F5.
Magnus has his both the rooks.
With
pressing it and advancing the
Yeah.
No, he doesn't look that concerned at all. Look at that. And now he's going to stop the pawn advancing. Every time that bishop moves away, he's going to give a check to the king. He can do it now. Check the king. That has been the formula. And if you go back, and with that, Magnus
और इसी के साथ ही
that score is very familiar. We saw that score last year at the same
Magnus Carlsen है या नहीं? There's no lower bracket.
he did feel the pressure at
But it was always a 90:10, whereas 90 was Magnus and 10% chances were with
Krishna.
Yeah, they're very interested in what should have
That day today, OG and Godlike भी choke कर रही. I won't say.
For Enigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 2, 1, 2. That's it. But you're right. Enigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well because we are seeing really good performances from Enigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single.
那球大赛，不然100颗雷子位置都用不出来啊！
哇，蓝圈驱赶我们没有地形可以用了。
无限雷也没用，
天霸是导弹。
对啊，你给他弄上无限雷，这得
就是
往哪丢？
小蜜蜂 ULF 和 NGX
打丢啊！
是的，10个淘汰是可以了，那种垃圾点位能够分出来。
小蜜蜂没圈一个吗？
看谁吃鸡啊 ，Vitality 也是一直隐身了好久。
倒一波吗？
我来干，
到了，
我得分一下，高波得赶紧落位，落后了位了。
哪边都不好打。
大马路上把这个人，
这个6被压的还挺
我后面还有人，前面还有人，
前后两边都有人。
哇，我靠，好玩的兄弟，又跑起来了。
在联赛夺冠的那一届是直接让
一个雷过来游，
并没有人员。
一样的，老弟。
欢迎回来，9点的久等了。
PMMI अगर आप मेरे साथ देखे रहोगे मकाओ इनविटेशनल उसमें टियानबा फ्यूरिया फर्स्ट पे थी, टियानबा सेकंड या थर्ड पे थी, टियानबा ने चिकन मार के सीधा चैंपियनशिप ले ली.
Between Enigma Galaxy and Ida, of course, here. Big respect, by the way. Enigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed. But one mistake, one slight error and you lose a player, and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when Fourth Thrives joined the party, right? Enigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send game one. They had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So yeah, for Enigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Enigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it would have been Enigma, because Enigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Enigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you gotta pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Enigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
It has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Enigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But
yeah,
Eat Up just, yeah.
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting for Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan.
It's Picado Red Buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop.
Playing a bit passive and dependent
Red Buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop Red Building Picado,
देखो
I'm
अपन
going
जो
to
देख
come over
रहे
to your
वो
table,
होता
and
नहीं है
I'm
कभी
going
कभी
to
Moonwalk.
बट अभी उनके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है
Currently third place, you have E-Arena right now in first place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing on those consistency of eliminations on, and it's none other than Aurora, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc, right? I would even take the dockening at this point. I would be like, I want to see something come out of it. But yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got second place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points after 3 Erangles back to back to back. Quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Ferry Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me,
Abbe
I'm not too
yaar.
worried about Aurora right
Top
now. They've
it
had a
aa gayi
good
be.
start to the day or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
Top it.
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you start sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually,
Oh,
this
yeah, it's
is
like,
looking too good.
She just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. It sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 Thrives ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we're really seeing having some good plays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of a gifted scenario in a lot of segments. But you've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
No driver's license.
Yeah, well, I won't carry on about that. But look, I even just want to touch on Vitality. We didn't really get to talk about them. They are playing incredibly scared. So Neptura, after your sort of worried statement, I am also worried in that sense because even in that final zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoop up behind Enigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than Godlike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today, because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fragging power of S-Power. And right now, for S-Power to give him a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least one. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle, because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Sommei. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manya is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now, because Manya is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few others sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught out.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Enigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive.
Hey,
Game, all right, just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of players. S-Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're gonna do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man Blank and our special reporter, Kalaris.
अरे बस यार भाई बंद कर यार ये.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Black here to talk about everything.
Oh, you're my special little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to the occasion.
My special little man on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Black.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded. Yeah. Be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of that adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that, like, twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Well, Milu's been amazing. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's a really, really nice thing as well, seeing A-King, because it very much reminds me the way that Alpha 7 used to play. They're not playing now.
Ignore that bit.
Ignore that bit. Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays forward, he plays shotgun for the team. Milu's just very good in those clutch moments. And yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay,
where's my box?
The thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now.
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed, because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's
I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see.
चलिए हमारे सामने जो है क्लब चैंपियनशिप रैंकिंग आ चुकी है। फिर से याद दिला दूं कि वाइटैलिटी और साथ ही साथ औरोरा गेमिंग दोनों कम्पीट कर रही है अपनी क्लब्स को इस लीडर बोर्ड पे ऊपर आने के लिए। आपको क्या लगता है फैल्कन्स हैट्रिक?
पॉसिबिलिटीज आर एंडलेस, क्योंकि हमारे ये पीएमडब्ल्यूसी के साथ साथ भी साइड में बहुत अलग अलग टाइटल्स के भी हमारे ये गेम्स चल रहे हैं,
जैसे चेस
या चेस, एंड वहाँ पे भी फैल्कन्स की जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है मैं देख रहा था, काफी बढ़िया करे हिकारू। एंड बस अगर वो जीत जाए या टॉप 2 आ जाए तो वहाँ पे उनको एक बढ़त मिल जाएगी। ऑल गेमर्स अगर पीएमडब्ल्यूसी मतलब इस हमारे गेम में कुछ बेहतर करते तो चांस बन सकता, बट आल्सो वी कैन सी गॉट लाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स जस्ट बिलो लिक्विड बट टाइंग अप विद देम।
जी, टाइड अप विद टीम लिक्विड और मजा आ जाएगा। आई थिंक मैं बचपन से ई स्पोर्ट्स में
But he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said,
जो इम्पोर्टेंट है वो करते हैं, अपन बाद में मिल लेंगे। बात छोटे और बड़ी होने की है ही नहीं। अभी मेरे पास इतना सामान है, जाके मिल लेंगे बाद में। तुम तो ऐसे बोल रहे हो हमारा मीटअप कभी हुआ ही नहीं। बंद करो। अभी ये टॉपिक मत लेके आओ।
that is right. Okay, 50-50. Great job, lads. Controlling that compound actually has great lines of sight on the outside. Any vulnerability could not.
अबे यार स्टार्ट आदित्य। हेलो आदित्य।
क्या कर सकते हैं यार, मेरा तो इनका सुन सुन के दिमाग का बोझ हो गया भाई, हो गया मेरा। आई एम डन। एक तो टीम परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही, ये बहन चोद बक 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 बास्केटबॉल खेल रहे, कभी सुपरमार्केट जा रहे, क्या मतलब। मैं लिटरली इससे अच्छे जाके वैलोरेंट खेल लूं भाई, भले उसमें मैं रेज वेट हो जाओ गेम से चलेगा, पर कुछ तो हो रहा हूँ उसमें मैं।
अब भाई कब
10 घंटे बाद 14th और 15th पोजीशन।
दो
हाय भाई बोलना।
भाई यार इनको भाई आदित्य बोल भाई।
मेरे मामा नहीं है रे वो।
फोटो फोटो लेना।
मैं वैलो खेल रहा हूँ भाई थोड़ा। मेरा हो गया।
अरे भाई
थोड़ा सा जल्दी उन दोनों मैच खत्म कर लो भाई, काम करने के हमको अलग। ओम,
हाँ
क्या आप रात में वैलो खेलोगे?
हाँ भाई माउस भी आ गया अभी।
यप कि नहीं?
यप
यप। कैसा लग रहा है आपको माउस, नया माउस आपका?
अच्छा है, but
वैसे
थोड़ा
ये
हेवी
वाला भी
है
आपका
हेवी
ही
है।
माउस है। ये वाला भी आपका ही, कब चाहिए मांग के ले जाओ।
भाई वो
10
उसका
वाली
देख लो
चिट्ठी
यार
छोड़
बस
देना।
थोड़ा। अबे यार इनको
कौन सा
बोल यार
व्हाइट वाला?
स्टार्ट कर यार।
अरे इनकी
तू
माँ की।
क्या गिरी भाई। गुस्सा दिला रहे भाई गुस्सा। मुझे बेकार गुस्सा दिला रहे भाई।
मैं सच बोलूं, मुझे ये कीबोर्ड पे ऑकवर्ड लग रहा है क्योंकि ये इतना छोटा है। मैं अमेजोन बेसिक्स बेसिक्स का फुल साइज कीबोर्ड यूज करता हूँ।
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग। लाइक कर दो।
आ जाओ भाई, वैलो का डीएम खेलते तब तक आप। तो मैच खत्म कर लो भाई, काम करने के वैलो में फ्रेम ड्रॉप्स नया अपडेट आया क्या वैलो का?
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग। लाइक कर दो।
आ जाओ भाई, वैलो का डीएम खेलते तब तक आप। तो मैच खत्म कर लो भाई, काम करने के वैलो में फ्रेम ड्रॉप्स नया अपडेट आया क्या वैलो का?
कर दो गाइस सभी लोग। अभी तक यही दिखा रहे भाई ये लोग। यार
बस क्या है।
इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट का ऐसा कैसे घटिया चीज कर सकते भाई ये लोग। अभी तक यही दिखा रहे भाई ये लोग। यार
बस क्या है।
इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट का ऐसा कैसे।
मेरे को एक कीबोर्ड और माउस से यूज होने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगने वाला है शायद। माउस से तो हो जाऊंगा, कीबोर्ड से।
नहीं देखना भाई इसका मुंह बंद कर।
वाह, चाहगा मैं इस साइफर पे। भाई
Five teams in the Smash Zone at the same time. Eventually, not from Red Force did get the wins, taking it all away from 3 out of Smash Zone in play just because of how long it really had. So you've got to make the most out of the games of pro play because otherwise that gap might be impossible to come back from in that final game.
Exactly. That's to your point brings up two teams to mind for me. The first one we talked about before. I said that they are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated. What day? That's naturally exactly. Because again, they do very well too, very well on day 1 because day 2 they tend to dip, the momentum just drops significantly, and then they bring it back up on day 3 again.
ठोक दो यार लाइक गाइस यार ठोक दो
अरे गाइस फॉलो कर लो यार मैं गरीब हूँ मेरा पति तंबाकू की वजह से एडमिट है मुझे पैसे कमाने के मैंने 2 चूड़ी बेच दिया मेरे पति का नाम मुकेश है
Whichever game after that, they would end up winning via Smash. And this is something that we can be for, especially getting us just now, Max, because it could come into play if a team is too far ahead. I mean, they can especially now as well. Later on, you can see teams just adjusting their play style.
जीगॉड का एक्सपीरियंस ले लो पेरिस का उसका कुछ और भी ले लो भाई पर गेम मत चालू करो
तब तक थोड़ी बातचीत कर लेते एंड फिर एंड करते थे थोड़ी देर में क्योंकि टीम से थोड़ी बातचीत कर लेते वो लाइव स्ट्रीम वगैरह पे करते
Back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with Four Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting it into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for Four Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Enigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Ralph, from, of course, Enigma Galaxy. Now, buddy, I got to get in there and ask, the pop-off moment, Ida's been hot-dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of, we keep winning this, and I'm going to prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows we've been learning and pushing me personally for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them. So just a waste of time for them. First match, they were scared to fight, and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
Oh, exactly. I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we're prepared more than ever to win the trophy. We're trying our best. Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up, keep the momentum, and try to grab that trophy.
Respectful as always, with some brilliant takes. Always loving the
अरे
chat.
वॉशरूम दिखाओ रे तुम लोगों
Let's see if they can do
को
it.
अरीना नहीं दिखाया ये नहीं दिखाया वो हाउस टूर चल रहा ना अभी थोड़ी देर में अगर ये होगा सत्यनारायण पूजा होगा वो भी उसमें भी खीरा खा लो साथ में
भाई अभी तक नहीं दिखा रहे यार सर दिखाओ
नहीं अभी सत्यनारायण पूजा होगा उसका खीरा खिलाएंगे सबको
Now let's precious watermelon.
हीरा कैसा था क्या था उसका रिव्यू लेंगे मालिक.
That's how esports should be done. So this nerd.
हाँ उसको क्या लग रहा है भाई वो क्यों चिल्ला रही
Yeah.
चिल्ला रही है
For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought.
कब स्टार्ट होगा
Don't need
स्टार्ट
soap
द
when you're
मैच
in esports.
स्टार्ट द फकिंग मैच
Squeaky clean. Can of beans.
इतर कोणाशी बोलता
Can of cola.
Hello.
Esports.
ओम.
या बेबी
What time is
मला
it?
कॉल करते हुए.
व्हाई
काय माहिती.
Time to go.
It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. Is 7 and I.
अरे यार कर दो यार स्टार्ट भाई बस हो गया
You know what?
Got to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is
Yes, keep
bullying.
it.
This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually, yeah.
She's just gonna be printing them out and just crushing them. Mine, I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be sick. I go, you know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'd love to end up seeing that. Or maybe one of the
Squeaky chicken.
The what?
stop the yap
See what
start
happens.
the
Jeez,
fucking
come down there in
match
Farmville. As we're gonna be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing. Oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time to.
अरे भाई इनको बोलो
A PMWC.
मैच स्टार्ट कर
Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one. But yeah,
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of it.
That one.
Really?
Oh, that was my favorite one so
That's
far, Max.
so good.
You know how hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot replicate that. Also, XEY, when he was going over with the glider, he was actively getting shot at, by the way. Can't see all of the shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position
James Bond
was
stuff.
really big for Nongtron Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. Like, ooh.
Oh, never
The reigning
mind.
champions of PMGC, you're not in the finals of PMWC.
That's like, ooh, maybe not, maybe not. Hora, oh, we love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had
Hello?
7
Hello.
GS now. Sometimes
Wait,
Match
wait,
चालू
wait,
हुई क्या
wait,
भाई?
wait, wait,
powerful
wait.
player that you need.
हाँ
म्हणजे
हेलो
हे
हेलो
माईक
नाही नाही
चालू
माईक
का
आत्ता
माझं?
केला चालू
अमन कर.
भाई अभी ना भाई बहुत हो गया कर दो गाइस स्टार्ट
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact
अरे
that
पण
they're trying to make
त्यांना
different
चालू का
decisions
नाही
to see
करायची
what can
मॅच?
benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that
मैच
can
चालू करा
finalize
भाई.
it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So
नेक्स्ट
even
मैच
though
टुमारो
their
स्टार्ट
eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations,
For real
moving
भाई.
on up the leaderboard. They are a team that will
अच्छा
be
कुछ तो
able
हुआ
to
है
win the Smash Roll
फूड
because they
पॉइजनिंग
can
हुआ है
capitalize
किसी
on
को
the
तो
wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think
हम
they
मरने दो भाई.
put
मैच
themselves into
चालू
that
करो.
position, and we're just showing our sport here. We're
बोल
looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here
कौन
in
बोला
the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions.
हाँ ठीक है 2 मिनट रुक
Just scan that. Scan that real quick right here. Just go.
ठीक है ठीक है
5 मिनट बाद भी नहीं हो रहा है तो बंद कर.
हाँ हाँ
Go ahead and scan it and see what teams.
So I wish they would win, but they're not. The way it's going, at least it doesn't look intense.
भाई मैं 2 बार खेल के क्या दोनों का?
In the next couple of days, but 4 Thrives, also a team that
अच्छा
needs to
फूड
step
पॉइजनिंग हो गया मान्या को और नो फियर को ओह इज इट
ये लोग वेजिटेरियन है क्या?
नो मोर मैचेस गॉट कैंसल्ड मैचेस खत्म हो गए क्या
आज के मैचेस कैंसिल.
I thought it was horror. I'm not okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
No.
I love that Sarah just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick.
I thought it was horror. I'm not okay.
आज के मैचेस कैंसिल क्या?
2 मिनट
No. I love that Sarah just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it.
कुछ तो सीन है यार वो
Can't touch any 4 Thrives merchandise. Okay, I need to.
क्या सीन है भगवान जाने
Jackie, because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running
इस
around
धुंधर तो दिखता
getting
हो रहे
some
मैं
interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan
हाँ
this time.
यार हैंडसम तो दिखता हो यार हाँ या तो मेरी चमक ज्यादा हो रही इस सेटअप पे कैमरा इतना अच्छा है ऊपर से इतने बड़े स्टेज पे वॉच पार्टी करो तो मेरा चेहरा अलग लेवल ग्लो कर रहा आई मीन परी आई मीन परी मैन आई एम ग्लोइंग मैन परी सुंदर तो लग रहा हूँ पब्लिक को सच्ची बताओ यार झूठ नको बोलो दिल पे हाथ रख के बोलो तुम्हारा भाई लग रहा है कि नहीं स्मार्ट कांच का टुकड़ा है कि नहीं सच्ची बताओ कांच का टुकड़ा लग रहा नहीं बाल वाल सब एकदम मस्त कड़क दिख रहे
Got some 4 Thrives fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4 Thrives?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah, but
It's been a lot of
Yaar.
fun with Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
how is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4 Thrives here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4 Thrives?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our
मानिया वॉमिट है यार भाई डर लग रहा है दिस इज ग्लोबल फाइनल नॉट नेशनल our boys already won just support and enjoy do whatever the final is Tarat bhai thank you the 100% bhai the way they played in group stage
We are here to support our team.
gave many statements they did set a standard in the group stage. इस तरीके से क्वालिफाई किए, बहुत प्यारा था. Irrespective of the result, I'll always have the same level of respect. 8 के 8
Competition is the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive
लोग
in
लिख
this
रहे Pakistan
game.
added
So
poison
let's
in the
wait
food.
till tomorrow, so then I can say who can win. I know the
PUBG
game.
Mobile
I know how the game works. So let's just wait patiently. First day is a good day for everyone. Tomorrow, so then I can say
the respect will never be going down. बहुत प्राउड फील करा है, बहुत मौके दिए, बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी दिए, इतना अच्छा सपोर्ट करने की, इतना अच्छा प्राउडली इंडिया का फ्लैग स्पैम करने की, हमेशा ग्रेटफुल रहेंगे भाई. नॉन वेज में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है चिचा, नॉन वेज में ये पब्लिक ऐसा सुनने में आ रहा, आई डोंट नो सही है कि नहीं. 20 लोगों को कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुआ करते 64 में से, जो भी नॉन वेज बिरयानी दिया आज इन लोगों का. अभी तक नहीं आए रे प्लेयर्स, देखो ना अभी तक नहीं आए ब्रो.
Just really quick, and if the games are still going on, by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
Cancel है guys, matches
More than
नहीं
20 players are suffering for food poisoning at the venue. No fear, IDA players and others. So please be careful. यार मैं अभी खाना खाया रे. हाँ. अभी यहाँ का खाना खाया, तुम लोग मेरी गाफ फाड़ रहे पब्लिक. मेरी पहला दिन है वॉच पार्टी का. गाफ फाड़ रहे यारो.
नेक्स्ट करा
के ब्रॉडकास्ट में डाला गया है. ऐसा
ये हो गया है. फूड पॉइजनिंग वो कर रहा, मैंने अभी खाया थे, मेरी गाफ फट रही है.
More than anything in the world. So you can cover STC.
चलो यार गाइस, जी बंद कर रहा हूँ मैं भी स्ट्रीम. थैंक यू सो मच सबको आने के लिए. आज के मैचेस कैंसिल हो चुके हैं ड्यू टू फूड पॉइजनिंग. बहुत लोगों को फूड पॉइजनिंग हो चुकी है यहाँ पर. नेक्स्ट करा तो जरा ये हो गया है, एंड करना पड़ेगा, एंड स्ट्रीम. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन आने के लिए. लव यू, बाय बाय. हो जाएगा गाइस, कल ठीक हो जाएगा सब लोग. स्ट्रीम चलो, सो मच बाय बाय सबको आने के लिए. आज के मैचेस कैंसिल हो चुके हैं.
हम ना आ रहे तो विचारून बघतोय.